right, well, welcome everybody. Let me go ahead and hit record here. Welcome everybody to the START virtual conference here. So excited about our presenters that we have today and our investor audience. This is broadcasted live. So just a couple of things. Obviously, my name is Izzy Lozada with Fidelity Equity Partners. Dan the man, he's got the hat that proves it, is controlling all the things in the back end with production and everything else. And so appreciate you, Dan, and all that you do. And just wanted to put out some housekeeping rules. Just remember any unfriendly comments or anything like that, Dan's going to boot you out of the room. This is a safe place for some incredible startup founders to be able to engage with investors, and we're happy and honored to do so. Looking forward to being able to do that, and we'll be interviewing some of these folks here shortly. But what I wanted to do was kick off with just some of my thoughts and comments of what's happening and why so many investors are looking at startup companies right now. It's pretty apparent that with the ups and downs of the stock market and the capital markets, the way that they look, the geopolitical risks that are so evident these days are making it more interesting to take a look at private companies. Why is that the case? Well, you know what happens when you have a company like an Apple that gets $1 trillion valuation and then something happens abroad and all of a sudden that stock comes tumbling down. It's not because they lost the plans to the next iPhone or MacBook Pro. It's because of what's happening in the capital markets. And the one thing that I've always loved about private opportunities is we're somewhat insulated from things that happen there. So you got a ton of money that's sitting on the sidelines, sitting in cash with low interest rates and high inflationary rates. So investors are taking a look at these opportunities. And I so appreciate all the investors that are engaging here in the Zoom room and also watching on YouTube Live. And I'm excited to jump into things. Before we do, we always kick things off with a prayer and a pledge. And I just want to give thanks for the opportunity to be in this amazing country with the free enterprise system that we have. And you can appreciate this if you've been an entrepreneur and how we're able to do things in this country. If you've traveled at all, you know that you can't, in Iran or even parts of Europe, just start a business if you wanted to. It doesn't work that way. But here in America, we can. And I'm so grateful for that. So let me just start off by just giving thanks. And Heavenly Father, we're so thankful for the opportunity to serve these amazing client companies. And Lord, I ask that your blessing be upon today and everything that we would say, and that it would be honorable to you. In Jesus' name we pray. Dan, if you could put up the American flag here, let's go ahead and just give our incredible country. And I'll start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Well, let's go ahead and kick things off with my good friend and colleague, Tom Allen from Opango. Tom, so proud of what you're doing. Dan, if you could spotlight him, that'd be great. So, Tom, before you jump into your slide deck here, just want to ask a couple of questions, because I think what has been so exciting in this industry, the LMS platforms that are becoming in vogue and everything that you're doing, COVID really identified a tremendous need for this. And I'd love to just hear a little bit about what you saw and then how you made Opango so visible now, where everyone's plugging into you, wanting to learn more about this platform.
Well, hey, thanks, Izzy, for that introduction. Well, what's happened with COVID is it forced everybody to go home and work from home. And people found that they liked doing that. And where before people sort of would get up and travel somewhere to a classroom, now they're, with all this online education, they're demanding the ability to stay home and do it there. And it's really just changed the workforce altogether. And just for instance, I was just at a convention here in Dallas for 3 days, and I was shocked at the number of companies that now have a remote workforce. They no longer seem to be gathered in one spot. So with remote workforces and with customers all over the place and small number of resources, online education is not only taken off, it's being in demand by the people who use it.
Absolutely. Well, Tom, without further ado, go ahead and kick it off. Excited for you to present. I think what you're doing is amazing. I know the impetus came out of some things in the aviation space. Certainly don't want to steal your thunder, but you saw an opportunity and
Right.
certainly merits the investor audience's attention.
Well, we'll get to that here in a second, but I appreciate the introduction. So let me just give you guys a little bit of my background. I've been in small, medium, and large companies seemingly most of my career. I primarily in the C-suite, managing engineering and product management. And I've delivered telco quality products to the global markets in every time zone and both sides of the equator. I've also joined 2 companies and scaled them from a gleam in the founder's eye all the way out to exit. And in addition to that, Izzy already mentioned, I'm an aviation enthusiast. So what happened was I wanted to figure out how I could get into the aviation market. And so Opango was born out of his love for aviation and a fascination with technology. And what we figured out is that the aviation market is trying to improve the safety record of pilots and operators, and they don't really have the resources to have a global reach. So we developed this e-learning platform to help educate and certify pilots. And that's basically how we got into this thing. So the problem we solved is that we also realized that other associations and small businesses often need to train and certify thousands of geographically dispersed members and partners without the resources to manage them. And so what we decided to do was make learning management simple. Now you can Google LMS for aviation, but what we do is, and you'll find a bunch of them, but what we do is manage the LMS. We do everything from soup to nuts. And so we do instructional design, content development, and outsource all of the e-learning. So if you go to my main contact at the Helicopter Association, I met him in Las Vegas. And at that time, he was very frustrated because he had an emergency and the current provider only guaranteed a 7-day turnaround via email. So I gave him my business card and said, call me anytime. Well, he did. He called me 3 times, and then he invited me to Alexandria, Virginia for a day trip to meet the executive team. And as a result of that, we took the business from Docebo, and they're one of the largest LMSs in the world. And we got that business because we are reachable and responsive. You can also, and if you look at the National Association of Flight Instructors, all of those people that are managing that are professional pilots. So they're never there. They really need somebody to help them manage all of this and manage the membership and everything when it comes to online education.
Well, I love safety. What it says there, Tom. I love what that says. Well, I'm good with helicopter operations, but I don't know content delivery over the web. And I think that just explains it for everyone.
Well, the deal, and that's the way he introduces me as the LMS administrator when I need to do some kind of partnership with them. And and it's not just that. I mean, they wanted a bunch of stuff from Flight Safety International, which is the largest private jet trainer people maybe in the world. And so I facilitated that whole thing between us and them. And it was all about getting the content from Flight Safety over to the helicopter guys. And you know what? Greg just relies on me to do that.
That's fantastic.
So the flight instructors, they're gone all the time. In pilot safety, that's an individual solopreneur. He's a highly sought after trainer, speaker, and so he needs somebody to help manage all of this. So our last project with the Helicopter Association was a project called 56 Seconds to Live, because it turns out they really need to improve the safety record of helicopter pilots. And you probably have heard of Kobe Bryant. And I was in LA when that happened. And so what the deal is that there needs to be a lot of improvement in the decision making around the flying the helicopter. And I was out there, and like I said, the helicopter squad for the Los Angeles was not flying that day because the weather was so bad. Now, I'm a pilot myself. I don't need to know anything more than that. I mean, if the professionals are not flying, then I'm not flying.
Yeah.
So what do? Well, we pride ourselves on service. So we model ourselves after Chick-fil-A. We're the Chick-fil-A of LMS platforms. And So that means that we administer it for you. We develop training strategies if you need help figuring out exactly what you want to do. We do content development, and we mostly augment what you need help with. Our customer needs to supply us a subject expert, but from that, we turn that into some sort of training program. And the other thing we've noticed is that a lot of people really need help with marketing their online presence. So we provide that as a service as well. We're very service oriented. Where customers call, we want to be responsive to them, answer the phone or answer the email. And most of the time, most of our communication is via email. Usually if it's the phone rings, they've got some emergency in their hands, so we need to answer that. So we really say that we're the outsourced e-learning department for our customers. And we're just really all about customer service.
And you say that tongue in cheek with you being the Chick-fil-A of the LMS platforms. But one of the reasons why a fast food restaurant like a Chick-fil-A makes so much money and they're able to charge the prices that they do, because the customer service is well above, and you walk into a McDonald's or a Chick-fil-A and you can see a stark difference between how they present themselves and how they handle their customers. And I was
I'm telling you,
Dan, earlier on my frustration level with one of our technology partners. And it's like, gosh, I've got to deal with these people via email, or I can't get anybody on the phone to interact. And I love that your company does that. If somebody has a problem, you're able to jump on it right away with your team.
See, in addition to our customers have multiple vendors. And if there's a problem in traditional vendor land, all the vendors point fingers at each other. I never do that. I always say, okay, you got this problem, I'll figure it out and I'll work it out for you. And sometimes it's not even related to us, but if you think about something like single sign-on, where you're talking to a membership database and stuff like that, I mean, it's, we're involved in that. So if there's a problem, what else can you do but step up and help solve it?
Well, I think that's why you're attracting a tremendous amount of interest, Tom. Go ahead, continue.
Yeah. So we talked about COVID a minute ago, but COVID has really forced the global education system to embrace web-based online learning and training. And nowadays, unlike before COVID, employees are demanding it. They don't want to get on an airplane. They want to do this in the comfort of their own home, or in my experience, they want to start on it at work and then they want to get home and get on their iPad. So it's just wherever they are. And the LMS billing started in 2019 as 9.6 billion. But here we are, and then in 2021, it was estimated to be 15 billion, and now it's estimated in 2026 to be 37.9 billion. It's just exploding. And so the interest level in this just really couldn't be better. As bad as all of the things with the COVID were, this has really changed everything. So what our go-to-market strategy is once we acquire some funding here, is we want to do a lot more with digital outreach and marketing, so that we can just reach a lot more people than we do right now. And we still are going to go to trade shows, industry events, sponsorships in our target markets. And Izzy, just since last month, I went to the Helicopter Association. I went to Learning Solutions in Florida, and then I went to the MRO show here in Dallas. And I can just tell you that people are coming back, but the remote workforce is never going away, and it's really fueling our market. So the other thing that we need to do is we need to add some LMS administrators, and so what we want to be able to do is be the administrators of our customers' LMS, and that actually plays really well too. And we want to accelerate our product roadmap.
So essentially what you're saying here is the capital that you need is to fuel the business that is.
Oh yeah.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And when I say accelerate the product roadmap, when you have a product like ours, it needs to be sort of refreshed and renewed every couple of years. And so right now we need to take that next step in UI, UX, and we're doing okay the way we are, but I can already see it coming. And so we need to do that. And that's a big part of it.
Yeah, that's exciting.
So our executive team, Jim Roselle is somebody I've worked with and known for a long time. And before he joined us, he was a consultant with the Thomas Group doing a huge project with the Navy. I mean, if you can imagine just how massive that could be to get those guys organized, it's unbelievable. Tom Dennis does our marketing and brand management. So he's working on our website, working on our brand position and how we say what we say. Wayne Kelso is joining us in sales. He's ex-military, go-getter, couldn't be happier. I guess got to get him on board here. Cassidy Peterson is our product development arm, and we met them through that joint development with the Helicopter Association, and they helped us get all the single sign-on stuff working with HAI. And then Charlie Quinn is Quinn, he's at another outsource company, but we're going to use him for all of our human resources management. We also have a really great list of advisors. Izzy, because that's you help us make sure that we are being clear in what we're saying. Dan has been a phenomenal guy with putting together our financials and talking through that, make sure we have all the bases covered. David Zumwalt is someone I've worked with a couple of times. He's a serial entrepreneur, and he gets where we're at. And so he's somebody that I can actually talk to about kind of where we're at and what we need to do and how we need to do it. David Sim-Smith is a venture capitalist with Mobility Ventures. I've known him for years. And so, he has looked over our plans and what we're up to and kind of our whole go-to-market strategy and bought into that. Pat Hamner is with Patriot Capital. Pat was on the board of a company that I was with, and one day he walked in with this box, and inside this box was Heelys. I don't know if everybody's seen or heard of inline skates, but he said, "Look what we've just invested in."
Yeah, I've invested in a few copays from Heelys at the emergency room, so I'm very.
Well, I got to be honest with you. When he walked in with that, I thought it can't be. But I got to tell you, I followed it for a while because I've known Pat so well. They really, they were printing money with that thing.
Yeah.
Bob, and then there's Dan Vermeyer. He's with Corporate Finance Associates. Really bright guy, and so his role in all of this is okay, we are where we are, but we need to make sure we're on track to get to where we want to be, which means that we're attractive as to be acquired. And you don't just up in one day and decide I'm going to be acquired and get acquired tomorrow. So you got to be on a track for that. And so Dan makes sure that we're in between, what I call in between the tracks on our path there. Bob Bolanger is our CFO advisor. He's out of the SaaS model market and really has helped us along with Dan to put together our financial models. So here's the top level says we're going to have about 21 million out here in year 5. We believe that we'll break even somewhere in the early year 3. And so that's what we're going to be doing with the money that we get and the plan that we have.
Well, when I look at numbers like this, especially it being an LMS model, SaaS type model, the potential for someone acquiring a company like this with the customer base you're attracting easily in the 5-10x of top line revenue, forgetting about EBITDA a second. Right. So the potential for a significant return on investment is huge in a little company like yours, because someone takes your technology, takes your customer service practices and all of your processes, and then implements it in their customer base. And all of a sudden, it turns things where they're now turning that over for billions of dollars in their company. So,
no doubt about it.
Bones here.
And so, if I can digress here just a little bit, I met a guy from Collins Radio yesterday, and he said, "We already have an LMS, but I hate it." I said, "Really?" Yep. Well, so he's here in Dallas. So here's kind of what we cooked up. Well, let's come over and have a meeting with you guys, and let's make sure that, if we can do business with you, make sure that we have the LMS that you've always wanted and deserved as a company. So I'll see how that plays out. But the deal is, going back to what I said earlier, I'm standing right in front of him. I'm talking to him. He's somebody can see. He's somebody you can contact, and that makes a big difference to people.
No question.
All right. So here's what we're thinking. We're thinking we'd like to start out with like a $1 million bridge here to to get the needle moving, but we expect to raise over time somewhere around 3.7 million total. And so we're not trying to get the whole thing all at once. We just want to, get moving with what we got. And what we're going to do with it is we're going to go, like I said earlier, we're going to do digital marketing. We're going to pump up sales. We're going to have some more LMS administrators. And in our product roadmap, there's two really big things that we think we need to do. One is just have some data analytics. Customers want to make data-driven decisions. So we're going to extract a lot of information out of what the users have been doing and turn it into reports that they can measure what's going on. And that is underway right now. So we're doing that out of the ongoing operations of the company. The updates to the UI, UX, that's something that you really got to study hard to make sure you don't go the wrong way. But we're in the middle of that. I got 2 or 3 people who are UI, UX people, and we're trying to sort that into one sort of common vision. So that's what we'll be doing. Anyway, that's it. If anybody's got any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Well, before we jump to any questions, if anyone's got any, what excites me about what you're doing is I look at things like the gig economy. Okay. The gig economy is explosive. So let's take a little company like an Instacart, okay, where these folks got to train people by the thousands, right? That are onboarding. You take all these different type of gig economy platforms, be it Uber or anything else, and you need to train people. This LMS platform right here is a great fit for that. I know we talked about where it was born out of in aviation, but where this can go in the future is just absolutely remarkable. I can remember back in the day with in some telecom deals that I was working on, and the amount of money that they spent on training resources, and what they pay these trainers, okay, hundreds of thousands of dollars, from sales trainers to technical trainers to customer service, all these different things. Now you can have this on one platform where it's an all-you-can-eat buffet and everyone can access it, saves companies tens of millions of dollars. They're able to now scale that. That's what's so exciting about your opportunity. Great job. Excellent job. If you've got any questions, if you want to throw something into the chat or raise your hand, happy to do so. But Tom, you did a tremendous job here, and I'm really looking forward to investors learning more about what you're doing. I probably should have said that earlier. If you've got any questions, just let me know here, raise your hand or unmute and say, hey, I've got a question for Tom. Again, this is a safe place, and I'm looking forward to connecting you with investors and continuing to engage, but great job on that. Excellent presentation.
Thank you. Right. Thank you, Izzy.
Up next, we're going over to Kevin Neal. Kevin, I think it's absolutely incredible what you're doing. Talking about the future of what you can do with your platform and technology. P3ID, I believe, is going to become a household name in just digitizing information, securitizing information, and what you're doing with your team is absolutely remarkable. Kevin, without any further ado, go ahead and kick things off.
Thanks, Izzy. Let me go ahead and start my slides here. And first of all, Tom, a very nice job.
Yeah, absolutely. Great job.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, so let me start at the beginning.
And folks, let me know in the chat if you've got a question related to any one of these folks, Tom, Kevin, or any of the other presenters that'll be coming on here. Please just let me know. Looks like Chris Honeycutt had a question for Tom. He's asking, what are your target customers? So before we maybe jump over to you, Kevin, why don't you go ahead and answer that, Tom?
Well, I tell you what really works best is an association, and there's associations for everything. And the reason they're great because they have a very small number of people managing a large number of members that are all over the world. So those are great. The other things are like a company I'm working with right now here in Dallas. They filter viruses out of the air. Well, they got to train and certify people all over the country, but they're a small company. They can't do that. So anytime I'm talking to a small company that needs to train in a geographically dispersed manner, they're our customer. If I'm talking to them and I find out they have an internal learning and development department, they're probably bigger and they're probably not my customer because they're already doing it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But I can tell you this number of small businesses that are going into the need to do online training is just exploding.
Great
So
job.
anyway, I hope that answers Chris's
Yeah,
question.
yeah, Tom, and why don't you put in your in the chat your LinkedIn connection information there? And Chris, if you have any other questions, you can contact him directly or us, and we're happy to arrange any information that you'd want there personally, and he can run through that. And that goes for anybody on here and listening on YouTube through the broadcast. You can connect with us directly, and we can absolutely do that for you. Thanks, Chris. All right, back over to you.
Awesome. Thanks, Izzy. So my name is Kevin Neal. I'm the CEO and founder of P3ID Technologies, and I'm very pleased to present at START 2022 conference today. We are a company that is in the future of work space, and actually, I have some very exciting news because our industry is rocking. There was a recent announcement this week of the Fujitsu scanner division being bought by Ricoh. 80% of that business. So Fujitsu was the #1 manufacturer in the dedicated scanner space. 80% of that business is being acquired by Ricoh. So there's been some M&A. There was also a recent announcement of a private equity company acquiring Kofax, which was the #1 data capture software company in our industry. So mergers, acquisitions, and investments is hot in the future of work space. So let me say this. I'm about a 30-year veteran of this industry. I love winning. So we've done business previously in my career at places like AutoNation and Wells Fargo Home Mortgage. And I love getting involved in solving business problems and making businesses better with technologies. So to kick us off, basically collecting data and analyzing your business data is not easy. So I've got 3 referenceable quotes by big industry government organizations. The first one was the problem with fraud in the PPP applications. According to this article from August 17th, of the 76 billion at that time allocated, there was 800 billion of fraud. 76 billion of fraud in the 800 billion distributed at that time, and they're even finding more. The United States Parcel Service was considering a blockchain voting application, and they perceived it as not secure. So even the UPS, the Postal Service, as well as the PPP, and then last but not least, one of my favorites is the IRS recently said paper is the IRS is kryptonite. So collecting data and analyzing data is a really hard problem, even for big organizations. So the problem in our industry is that lost revenue, because the manual process of collecting data and indexing data is hard. You have paper documents, you have video, you have voice. You want to collect all that and analyze it. So people have credit card disputes where they say, hey, I didn't get a service, and you can't prove it, so I'm not going to pay my bill. So companies write off, national average is about 1.5%. So if you got a customer or if you got a business that's $100 million, that's a pretty significant write-off. And it's just basically because they don't have access to proof of service, proof of delivery. So they don't have access to documents and data in real time. So what P3 does is we've created a cloud platform that allows organizations to collect data, analyze data, and to reduce cost. So you could do things automatically, you could do things securely in the cloud, and it's easy to deploy, it's quick to deploy, you can get value quickly. So we help organizations reduce costs, recover costs, like in the case of no write-off, and we do it through a secure cloud platform. So you can collect your data, index your data, and analyze your data. So we're basically like the Fort Knox of document authenticity. So you can actually be rest assured that your documents are safe, secure, and accessible at all times. The market itself is massive. It's about a $32 billion worldwide market, according to InfoSource from their data last year. There's a big conference going on right now, so we'll get updated data. Big players, as I mentioned, Ricoh's, making acquisitions. private equity is making acquisitions. Big cloud companies are embracing this, like Google's getting into our market. Microsoft is heavily into this market. The US serviceable market is about 5.5 billion, according to InfoSource. And then P3ID selected go-to-market immediate vertical markets of retail, healthcare, and government. That's our 3 focus verticals. We feel there's about a $2 billion serviceable market for us in the near term. This is a depiction that I like to share of a visualization of where we fit. So as I just mentioned, we've picked 3 vertical markets to focus on because we have subject matter expertise in this and people that understand these markets. And I'll show our team slide in a minute. But retail, healthcare, and government is the focus. Retail has a lower barrier of entry because you don't have to have all this regulated stuff or extreme high security. So we have some customers in retail that I'll tell you about in a minute. But basically, P3 is this cloud service that is the glue that connects hardware devices like cell phones, but also dedicated scanners, copy machines, where you can collect the images and again, then classify, understand the data like a human can, automatically and quickly, and then get that indexed and then routed into a workflow. So we're making a software platform that's compatible with all these hardware devices that scan billions and billions of documents a day. We have excellent relationships with each one of these OEMs, original equipment manufacturers, and we're creating integrations on their devices. So at the endpoint, at the edge of the capture process, when the second a transaction is done, then we collect it. And I got a case study to talk about. We also have channels that we're leveraging. So you'll see in the request, our marketing spend is very low because we already have existing relationships with reseller partners who are bringing us end user opportunities. We also have alliance partners that are in certain verticals, like one of our partners is Sodexo in the healthcare business. So they already have existing customers in that vertical, and we're leveraging their relationships and their existing customers in that vertical. Then we also have technology integration partners. So we're the glue that's bringing all these things together. This is a great case study that I like to reference that we just closed at the end of last year. Big O Tires and Jiffy Lube stores. They do Big O Tires does the tire changes, and then Jiffy Lube does the oil changes. Their process before was to do a tire change and print out the invoice and have the customer physically sign the invoice, and then they would ship it off to Iron Mountain, physical box storage. So that cost them money on a monthly basis to pick up the documents, store the documents. Then when they had to retrieve the documents, it would cost them money. So that was the first thing. The second thing is they didn't have the ability to resolve disputes. If a customer said, "Hey, I didn't get my 5th tire because we had a buy 4 and get 1 free deal," and the customer just forgot that the Big O Tire guy put the tire in the trunk. And it was just an honest dispute and they forgot about it. So now Big O Tires can bring up that receipt that the customer signed in real time, and it's got a little note, put the 5th tire in the trunk. And then the customer says, "Oh yeah, I just forgot about that. I'll pay the bill." So Big O Tires can now collect the money and they don't have to write off all these bad debts. So this is a great solution. We installed these scanners in literally just a few minutes, and they were up and running and getting value out of that system the same day that we delivered the hardware to them. So this is a great study to collect the images, extract the invoice data, and then store it in a document management system. So we have a lot of land and expand opportunities. So you can see we're in a lot of different vertical markets here. So we have existing customers kicking the tires on our technologies here. And then, as I mentioned, the vendor alliances. So Sodexo actually we've sold into 500 hospitals that they're evaluating at this point. So we have the opportunity to leverage their install base to sell these additional technologies. So as I mentioned, yeah, go ahead.
Go back to that slide a second, because I find this absolutely remarkable, the names that you've been able to engage on here. I was just watching quickly, and Papa John's, London Stock Exchange, New York Power Authority, Kroll Concrete is huge in the West, and the United Nations. So essentially what you're saying here is you bring on some capital and you can really land and expand these clients here who have big pockets. Am I right?
Absolutely. Yep. They're using just a fraction of our technologies right now, and for a very specific business process, and they're very satisfied with that. And then there's opportunities to upsell to all kinds of things. Like in a lot of these situations, it's been traditionally people working at their desks, but now they want a mobile-enabled workforce, for example. So a lot of them are looking at mobile technologies. They're looking at speech technologies. They're looking at blockchain technology. So yeah, there's a ton of opportunities to introduce new and innovative solutions for these. And they're all big companies that have, innovation labs, or they want to be known as the innovator in their particular industry. So all of them have expressed interest in additional expansion of the current technology. Yep.
And what I'm also noticing here, the San Francisco Unified School District, right? Let's talk about school districts in general, education in general, that one vertical. I mean, that could be tens of millions of dollars to the company in itself. Just from my understanding, let's go back several years ago when there was all this hype in the news with these celebrities that some of the grades were changed and things like that actually happened. Your processes, your system, your platform can securitize this information, make sure that it's stored in perpetuity for the future for someone to be able to pull that information out, and no one can go in there and just simply change the grades because it's not going to add up with your process.
Yeah, exactly. This is a unified school district, but there's also universities that want to digitize, but also authenticate the diplomas or the school records, right? Because you're applying for a job, and the business needs to verify all these things, and it's not been altered, and the grades haven't been altered. You're exactly right. So we're using blockchain technology for that to make sure that these are actually authentic documents. They're not forged. So that's a big deal.
That's amazing.
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead, continue.
And this is another big thing. So, we talked about those customers on that slide, but we're also this should not be overlooked, that we have excellent relationships with most of the hardware manufacturers. So you can see that we're quoted by the CEO of Fujitsu Scanner Division, the general manager at Kodak Alaris, and then the CEO over Visioneer. So they basically said that we're critical to their future because we have created the new kind of generation of this document capture and document management in the cloud. So we have this exceptional kind of system. And then, as I mentioned, Fujitsu Scanner Division was just acquired by Ricoh. So it's a big deal, and there's a lot of interesting things that can happen in this space. So we're integrated on the device. So that means that, from the second it's captured, we can secure it and blockchain it, and then to the end of storage, this is an authentic document. So that was hard. Yeah, go ahead.
When you say blockchain it, and correct me if I'm wrong here, because one of the things that caused the mortgage crisis to capitulate is you had all these bright attorneys that were saying, well, hang on a second, all these companies were doing this with these mortgage-backed securities and throwing them back and forth to one another. They said, hey, prove that you have the note for my client, and and we'll go from there. And many of them couldn't even recall those documents to even prove that they even owned them, right? So a lot of them were walking away without having to pay mortgages, and that caused a big debacle, and so on and so forth. So you can actually take something like that, a mortgage document and all that paperwork, right, and securitize it. No one can change it in the future.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yeah. So there's this acronym going around, NFT, non-fungible transactions or tokens, wherever word of the day you want to use. But non-fungible is non-alterable. So the time that you use a technology like that, a digital ledger, that provides transparency. So exactly right, Izzy. The first thing is getting your stuff digitized. That's hard enough. People struggle with that. Then you got to understand what you have. You have to organize it and index it, and then you have to secure it. So we do those three things. So exactly, like mortgage processing for NFTs is a big deal, and we're going to pursue that market, absolutely. So yeah, so those kind of things. And then you see these TV commercials about home lock title, where people are getting titles to houses and almost repossessing people's houses. It's like crazy, right? So, these things are happening. So we could provide a technology to say, this is a legitimate title to the house. It's not been altered or forged or stolen.
Well, I have a friend who's an attorney in the oil and gas industry, and his firm makes tens of millions of dollars in the oil and gas industry, just being they're sort of like title insurance, if you will, when these folks are looking to drill in certain areas. And when you go through someone's property, you got to pay them, right? So they have a ledger of all this information, but it's literally manually done on an Excel spreadsheet.
Yeah.
It's like, gosh, I mean, what if you goof and mess up on that, the millions of dollars that could cause and a loss?
Yeah, when you drill, it's a land lease. The different layers of the land is owned by different people. So yeah, you have to go through those contracts, and there's all kinds of terms, and yeah, you don't want to mess up. So those need to be legitimate. Those need to be organized. Those need to be indexed too. Yep.
It's amazing.
So that was our hardware partners. Our go-to-market is excellent as well. So we have the partner channel. These are reseller partners that we're signing up that are bringing the end user deals. So the Big O Tires was brought to us by a reseller partner, for example. So all of these reseller partners have traditionally been selling on-premise solutions, and now they want to sell software as a service. So they see us as an innovator, and they can change their business model to recurring revenue. So this is a big deal. The OEMs are those hardware manufacturers that I talked about. And then we also do some direct business. So when we get an opportunity, we're engaged at the end user. So we learn the use case, we're supporting them, we're helping our reseller partner. And then, as I mentioned a couple of times, we're in retail, healthcare, and government. I'll explain exactly why. We just didn't pick those randomly. And then, as you just mentioned, Izzy, this use case in oil and gas for the land lease is a big deal for the deal rooms. So this is our go-to-market. So we're already in business, and we're already doing all these deals. This is how we make money. So we have several products. We're basically not a monolithic platform. We're a la carte. So you can get these piece parts and you can use them individually, or you can put them together as a workflow. These are our 3 hero products. And this is our roadmap to get to $1 million of annual recurring revenue. So you can see this product will be $25,000 a year. This will be $22,500 a year, and then $20,000 a year. And then these are just the numbers to achieve that. So we're well on our way to achieving this. The additional investment will help us onboard some team to go close more of these deals, but we're close to getting to these numbers. This is a very exciting slide for investment in particular. These are some of the cool things that we have on our roadmap. So one of the key things is the integration partners that we have. So we have a platform and we can go out and sell it, but we have technology partners that are using our API or SDKs to integrate our stuff into their solution. So there's a company that does handwriting, document management. So they're going to take our ScanBot and make it as a front end to their solution. So we'll do a revenue share. We'll do a licensing deal with them where they license our stuff. And every time they sell their product, we get revenue from that. We're also doing some great things around here. This is where we really want to take investment money and accelerate this integration of blockchain and do the NFTs like we just talked about with mortgage. So we can do 2 things. We're going to monetize 2 different things as it relates to NFTs. First of all is consent. So for example, in medical, you can consent to say, hey, I want to give my medical records to Izzy. But then at some point in the future, say, hey, I switched to Dan. So I can revoke from Izzy via NFT and give those records to Dan. So you are empowered as a patient for your medical records. Same thing with land leases, titles, mortgages, whatever. Those kind of things. You can consent and give access to somebody else. Also, authenticity, like we just talked about, authenticity of the mortgage documents, the title documents, your birth certificates, invoices, so they're not altered. So these are the kind of things that the investment would go to, these very high value stuff. So this is technology. These are some vertical market applications. And then at the end of the day, we want to sell a lot of stuff through ease of use, facial recognition, to sell for a few dollars to millions of people, conversational AI, have people use voice to control the application. So we think that's where we get mass adoption. Here's an example of us in healthcare. So this is an environmental safety system where they collect air, surface, and water samples, and then they take pictures with the cell phone of the environment. So this is where we fit into here. They've integrated our technologies into their system. Every time they sell this system, we get a revenue share with them. So this is where we help collect images, and if they have documents, they can actually use the phone to capture documents. And this is a big opportunity. Yep.
That's huge. So you've got a lot of feet on the street that are selling your service and your product offering. So I guess you'll talk a little bit about headcount potentially, but it doesn't sound like you need to add a whole bunch with that.
Yeah, that's the thing. We've got feet on the street. We got partners that are already in market, and we just need to support them with additional new innovative kind of technologies. I also did want to mention our marketing syndication program. This has been a wildly successful program. It basically, like I said, the reseller partners, they've been selling one-time, some hardware, some software, one-time fee. But they have a desire to sell cloud services, but they don't have the marketing department. They don't have the right kind of pitch. So what we do is we take our materials, our brochures, our videos, our PowerPoints, and we brand it for them. So we put their logo, their contact information, so that they're encouraged to promote our words and the way that we talk about the solutions, because they're not experts on that. And they love it. We just talked to a person this morning, and they say, hey, it's a marketing program in a box. So we get them up to speed really quickly, and we do websites for them. So this program is really, really awesome to get the resellers up to speed quickly.
That's really exciting, because just the time that it takes to develop sales collateral, it's very time consuming, and you guys have that built out already where someone can just engage and then sell this to their customer base.
Yeah, and we do these things internally. I mean, I've been a marketing guy for a long time, so this is what I do. I'm very creative with these kind of things. So every time we create a new collateral, it gets syndicated out to everybody, all of our reseller partners. So yeah, it decreases the time to get to market a lot. So it is very easy to do. So this is something we're happy to do for our partners. So I'm very proud of our team. Our team is awesome. We didn't pick the vertical markets of retail, healthcare, government just by accident. We have a rule. We have to have subject matter expertise in each of these verticals, because they're all of them are very unique in the data that they collect, how the business process works. So you have to talk their language. So Ed Stevens is 33 plus years at Cerner. He left in 2019. Cerner's been acquired by Oracle a couple months ago, and he's an expert in healthcare. So he knows about pharmacy and clinical trials and integration and data analytics. He was one of the first people at Cerner. So he's a great addition in healthcare. Bill Edwards is an ex-Navy captain. So he's 40 years in the federal government. So obviously he's well connected, very well respected. Steve No, about 30 years in retail. He's been at places like Icon Office Solutions. He was also at AutoNation when we did the big deal with AutoNation for 800 network scanners and an integrated solution a couple years ago. So he was the architect of that. He's since left AutoNation, and he's on board with us. He's also a ex-Army helicopter pilot. So he's an expert in business process and workflow. So these guys are all very much experts in their vertical markets.
That's great.
We have an excellent board of advisors. We've been meeting for the last 2 years. These guys are all ex-CEOs and ex-CTOs. So they're contributing great value to our business. We have a 5-year financial model. We want to be a unicorn at the end of the 5th year, if not sooner. So we have very ambitious goals. We have a very low burn rate right now of only 10 grand a month. I've personally bootstrapped about $250,000 into the business. We're Delaware C Corporation. We've raised $125,000 on a line of credit. We have a small investor of 25K equity. Our use of funds is primarily going to be 60% of sales to go complete our pipeline opportunities. We've got plenty of opportunities that we just need feet on the street to dedicate to the accounts, execute the strategy. 30% will be on the R&D, heavily focused on the blockchain and the NFT, finalize those integrations, and then about 10% G&A. We're going to run great margins because we're software as a service. Once we get the platform, our platform is MVP status. So now that it's built, we think we can get the efficiencies of this. So we'll run at 75% margin and then profitability within at the third year. Our ask is a $2 million seed round, safer convertible notes, $25,000 increments, and then a 20% conversion discount. So with that, I want to thank Izzy and Dan and the rest of the Fidelity team, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Yeah. Immediately, what just comes to mind is when you bring this capital on, is the land and expand process going to start immediately, or begin to identify what the needs are with those customers? What does that look like? Because I think what's so exciting about that is you have this potential piece of business, or pieces of business rather, that you can engage almost immediately.
Yeah. So it's going to happen day one, Izzy. So we've got the pipeline. They're all in the sales force. So we just need to say, whoever it is, go talk to this customer, finalize what their requirements are, hear them out, set up what we call a technology adoption program. We're going to run a demo within their environment with their users, like we're already doing with a couple customers. They're gonna have an acceptance criteria. Excuse me. So they accept, and then we start invoicing. So day one, we're already selling, but we need more resource to dedicate to the opportunities that we're getting. Mm-hmm.
Sure. And again, talking about that, like I had mentioned, it doesn't look like you need to bring on much headcount, or it's not going to be costly to do that. You've got these partners, the feet on the street, that already want to sell your service. So it's just a matter of working through those channels and having the capital to make those resources available.
Yeah, it's usually just meetings like we, the reseller partner this morning. It's just, here's our price list. Let's spend some time to talk through it. It's just the effort to get them up to speed. And then he said, oh yeah, I get it. I might have a few questions here and there, but we need those people just to nurture those things along, and just, go get the first deal, and then we'll get more. I mean, we had a wonderful call this morning. So that's what it is. It's just dedicating the time to have the human interaction, right? We're just not going to go to our website and just sign up and it's done. That's usually not how it's going to work. It's going to be, one-to-one, because what people are trusting us, that they're going to take their business process from a very inefficient kind of business process to digital. And, that's scary for people. And if it doesn't work, it could be catastrophic to their business. So this is not something to be taken lightly. It's important. It's critical to their business, like at AutoNation, right? At first, it was a very innovative project that was kind of risky for them to do that. But now that they've done it, 10 years later, they said, this is critical to our business process. It went from one workflow for deal jackets to 25 workflows. And it went from 50 scanners and a small system to 800 scanners and an enterprise system. So it's scalable, but you have to start with I always say, think globally, but act locally, right? Solve one problem, one pain, one department, and then it goes enterprise, like at AutoNation. So yes, so we're eager to sell. Customers are excited to, get these kind of technologies. It's just a matter of training them up, getting them deployed, getting their users to actually do the work, and then how to scan, how to index, how to do the QA, how to retrieve. So those kind of things, but we've got a good process, and we look forward to, working with our investors.
I love it. Great job. Give him a round of applause. Excellent job, Kevin Neal. I think it's remarkable what you're doing. Mary Schulenberger, you are up next. And I am so excited about this project. It's close to my heart and my personal needs. here's this device here that we're going to be showcasing. And Dan, if you could spotlight Mary. But Mary, you know that I love this because of my family being very active, from my little princess and dance and ballet and all that, to my boys that are in football, wrestling, and lacrosse. And this device, the iView, is absolutely remarkable. It's so cool what you're able to do with this. I don't want to steal the thunder or anything that you're going to be presenting here, but I love what you're doing. There's a tremendous need for this. I think you're going to be the way GoPro was accepted here, a decade ago. That's what's going to happen with iView, is what I believe. But without further ado, my good friend and colleague, Mary Schulenberger.
Hi, thank you, Izzy. Appreciate that nice introduction.
Absolutely.
Hi, all. I'm Mary Schulenberger, founder and CEO of Parlay Innovation, where we're enhancing the live viewing experience for fans and spectators at live events, things like air shows, concerts, sporting events, and yes, recitals and youth sports. We're also addressing this universal problem for smartphone photographers. We're helping them to eliminate that trade-off that they make between capturing or being present in the moment. We do this with an innovative product that Izzy was just showcasing called the iView. It's a platform that turns your phone into an immersive smart binocular camera. So a little bit about our team. We're all experienced, creative, successful entrepreneurs and engineers, world-class marketers. Collectively, our team has generated over $1 billion in exits for shareholders, and we've launched hundreds of products into the marketplace. So like we were saying earlier, we all do this. You hold your phone out at arm's length. You see this all at almost any given event where people are capturing video with their smartphones, but they're missing what they came to see because they're looking at the back of their phones. We believe if it's worth capturing, it's worth experiencing it, and so much more.
Well, it's the opposite for me, Mary, because I'll start getting the video, right, and then my eyes are watching it, and I've seen these because then my son will be like, "Dad, you missed the the play or whatever," because I was so engaged watching him run the ball or whatever, or run after it, and I didn't pan my phone. So yes, there's a tremendous need for this. Absolutely.
Yeah, we hear this all across every especially parents, right? And of course, if you go to a live venue, a stadium or arena, chances are you're so far away, you can't really see the action unless you're up looking at a jumbotron. Even if you're in the suites, you're still far away from the action. A lot of fans have just realized that they just as soon see it at home on their screen. So this is why we invented the iView. It's the world's first immersive smart binoculars. It works with your smartphone's camera. So you just simply slip the phone into the device. We have an intuitive touchpad on top that maps to the app. So when you're holding it up to your eyes and you're not strapping it on your head, like other headsets, you're out in the real world. So you're holding it up like binoculars, but the touchpad is right at your fingertips. You're able to zoom in, view, capture, and live stream all at the same time.
And that's so cool because, I mean, right now I'm live streaming to YouTube, but with your device, as we were on a technical call of how I can connect with my Facebook, with Instagram, and immediately my family that's all over the country can see one of my boys' lacrosse games or a football game or a wrestling match if we're in the audience, or I happen to be a wrestling coach, so a lot of times I'm right next to the mat if they'll allow that many people. But needless to say, I can post that right to Facebook or Instagram. It's incredible.
The cool thing about the iView is that we have advanced optics that actually magnify your phone screen. So you're seeing everything in high definition. A lot of sports fans have told us that it's like having their own personal jumbotron, especially when they're at a live.
That's a good
venue.
analogy.
Yeah, that's what they say. And we've made it compatible with both iOS and Android. And I wanted to share a little more that we're integrating AR live feed overlay of stats and scores, which will be really exciting for teams that are looking for these later post-capture analysis afterwards to be able to edit it later in post. So things like the speed of the pitch, the yellow first down line, and more. At this time, I'm going to introduce you to one of our core team members, Steve Kalman. He's the former CEO of SoftBank and many other successful companies that he's taken from startup all the way up to IPOs and M&As. Steve's on our board and he's acting CFO, and he's going to share with you our exciting strategic business development.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and.
All right. Thanks, Mary. And I'll add to that. I'm also an investor, as the commercial goes. So the first thing I would like to point out to all of you as an important takeaway is that in terms of validation, one of the first things you always want to look at on a consumer play is that we have done over 3,000 one-on-one interviews over something like 30 some odd months. And, you know, we tried to track them and be as scientific about it as we could, I guess we'll say, bring some rigor to it. But interestingly enough, we got 41% commitment to purchase out of that, or proclivity to purchase. And Mary, the deck went away. I don't know if you know that.
I didn't know if you were going to continue with the deck, so I stopped.
Oh, okay. No, it's
anytime. Yeah.
Okay. So if you bring it back up, that'd be great.
Hang
I
on a
use it
second.
as a pacer, if nothing else. So that's the first thing in validation I'd point out. Second is crowdfunding. We wanted to see, you know, people bringing, you know, real money to this situation, commitment and so forth. And we had a very successful crowdfunding campaign. The third and fourth things that we did are incredibly important, and it's recent data. Even Izzy, I'm not even sure if you've seen all of this data yet, but we did a qualitative third-party research study and a quantitative research study, where the quantitative, I'm going to point out, allows us to actually project revenue, which was extremely important. From the quantitative research that we did, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say we, it was a third-party company that you see imaged at the bottom of the slide. It really came back very strongly, validating our initial belief that the best, easiest, and largest market for us to go to were parents of kids in sports, competitive sports, athletics, and whether they are school sports or, you know, again, outside of school, doesn't matter. You can easily see a lot of reasons for that. Things like divorced fathers trying to make sure that they capture, you know, something to remember. Things like, you know, if you're the official photographer in the family, like I am in mine, you know, the kid want to make sure that you got what they want you to get as well in there. So for all kinds of reasons, that pushes out to be the number one. You see things like number two as those who go to events, large venue events, professional sports, if you will. Now, what's important to point out here is that we've also found, as you would well guess, nobody's going to buy this product for one reason. The product purchase will be rationalized by, oh yeah, I'm a parent. I want to do this stuff. It's really important. And gee whiz, I also go to, the Raiders, all the time and so forth. So, and I can take it on vacation. So the purchase rationale is always a question of order as opposed to any one thing. And at least we found that so far. I should mention, by the way, we're pre-revenue, and I'll go through that in a status thing in a little bit here. The quantitative research piece is where life really gets interesting. This was just finished. And what we got out of that is really important. And the one thing I'd have you take away from this slide is, you can talk about relevance and uniqueness and so forth, all very, very high scores. We were told by this agency that we scored, up as high as just about anything they've ever done in a pre-launch, situation. That said, what we got back was that the top two tiers, because the interests were always stratified. So the highly likely and extremely likely categories averaged the 64% of our target audience would be a $1.2 billion, if you will, low-hanging fruit in a sense. Now, let me make sure this is clear. That's not a market number.
Yeah.
That's literally the sell-through. So the number of households in the United States with kids in sports making greater than $80,000 a year is 7.4 million households. Okay. Of those, it stratifies further down because of the likelihood of purchase. And that's the $1.2 billion at our sell price of just under $300. We were astounded by that. In fact, we're trying to figure out now, frankly, what to do with our ask going into financing because market windows tend to close. Now, I also want to point out to you is this is just one of many or multiple market segments. I pointed out a few on the last slide, but you can imagine, all of the different segments that are relevant here. So this is where we'll focus out the door to gain our initial traction. We go into the market test, the real market with real product here in just a matter of a few weeks. In fact, that's what we're trying to do is fill out the rest of our seed round so that we can finish off this market test and be able to say, here's take rate. So as an investor, once I have that, obviously the price is going to be higher than it is today. So that said, let's go on to the next slide if I could. So,
well, Steve, you know that from everything you did at SoftBank, and that's what happens where you start to take rate, you start seeing the company gain traction, and then suddenly the valuation goes up significantly. And I think that's what's going to happen here once this begins to get some take rate and people start posting, seeing someone that has this device and so on and so forth, and the amazing video that comes out with it, it's going to go viral. And I'm really excited about this becoming a household name.
Yeah. And I have to say, I'm an investor in this company as well. And Izzy, as you know, I'm an investor in several other companies. I look forward to this markup, I have to say. So, and Mary knows that too. So I'm really excited with this data because right now I have enough data probably to go over, straight to a, Series A. But I think it's important to finish off our seed and get this proof done and not cloud up a Series A. So any case, with that said, and I apologize, guys, we're always mindful of the time. And so we always try to figure out what slides we're not going to show. So I'm going to give you data, as Izzy knows, that's not necessarily on any one slide, but pertinent here. Our number one approach to marketplace or go to market is direct to consumer. That will be done in a typical way, through various different media, trying to gain that level of interest, as well as, in effect, educate's the wrong word, but make aware the buyer that there's something to solve the problem that Mary described. That's one of the major things that has to get done in very short order. If you were looking at a commercial, I'd say 15 seconds. If you're looking at Facebook, it would be even shorter with some visual. That being said, I'll move on. That also we are strongly looking at rentals, especially in professional sports, would be another revenue stream. Reseller channel will come later because, as I said, we're not going to be foolhardy here trying to do too many things at one time out the door. As Izzy mentioned, I've watched this because I've sat on a lot of boards, kill a lot of companies trying to do too much instead of being really good at one or two things out the door. The next one that I want to point out is that, and it'll become more readily apparent, and I'm going to state it the first time now, this is not a hardware play.
Yeah.
This is basically a content play. And it starts with the hardware being a platform to do a lot of other stuff. So the first thing I would point out to you, again, another one of the important long-term revenue streams here, and we're looking at in terms of life of the product and customer with the company, we're looking at a revenue stream of the things that are related to beyond the initial hardware purchase with subscriptions and so forth to be about 2/3 over a 5-year period of what you paid for the hardware. So, and obviously that's going to be at extremely high margins. So, if you think about some of the content that Mary kind of pointed out, you're taking a video, you're streaming into that some sort of potentially augmented reality. And AI comes into this as well, but we're not going to spend a lot of time on the technical side here, but rather why this becomes so immensely interesting. Because remember, once you take the content, it's technically now static. You load it up into our cloud, and perhaps you're a member of, one of the family members of a particular team, and you guys want to all share content. And somebody says, well, it'd be really cool if we could show what, I guess some scenes, if you will, from last year's game at the same time, or insert some more statistics because the coach likes to look at this stuff too. All easy to do in our curated cloud situation. So this is not just a store and go kind of content thing. This is a true curation. That I'm going to back down from the top here. So to the very bottom, you start with the platform, you start upgrading through apps, for instance, again, you might have a little button that you push at the bottom of the screen that says, I'd like to see, something about what birds here that I can relate to. What kind of bird is this? And it might stream in that content. Remember, you're not looking at a little back of the screen of your iPhone. The killer is with augmented reality out there, and it's coming at us fast. Great category, lots of investment. The bitch is, unless I'm completely all wet, you can't see that on a little screen. Ain't going to happen. Okay. So when you're looking through our device at the back of your phone with our optics, as Mary said, it's like seeing a Jumbotron. So now you can fit augmented reality, overlay on the side, wherever, and see it and record it and play it back, or stream it live. That's where life gets interesting. And as you can see, or guess that perhaps somebody wants to access that birder database or something like that. And at the same time, they go, I don't want to subscribe to it. So they'll pay by the drink. Great, that's fine. We'll get them one way or the other. But let's say that the company that owns the app, that and wants to advertise across the bottom of the screen, well, of course, we can let that happen. And again, as we all get annoyed with that, if you don't want the advertising, pay for the non-advertising version. Yeah. So it also puts us in that area. So all I'm trying to do is paint a picture here that you can see. This is all about content. It's all about helping the owner of the content to enhance it and develop it further over time, share it, and so forth. So it keeps them constantly engaged with our content portion of the business, and incents them to go out and try different things in order to record, that content. So, pardon me. Let's move on here.
Well, I think what's exciting about all that, it's the platform, it's the content, it's the IP. And while I love how you said it's not a hardware play, because in essence, it really isn't. That's just a delivery mechanism.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, what I don't want to dismiss is, let's just take something as simple as headphones, right? Headphones and the sound that go all around it. Beats was purchased by Apple for $3 billion.
Yeah.
Billion with a B.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I think about, I'm just going to throw out some ideas there. We never know what's going to happen. But what kind of pockets does GoPro have that can really reinvigorate their customer and fan base? What about Oculus? What could they do with the IP that you have here? Because it's becoming so prevalent that people are wearing these devices and going into the augmented reality and everything. But what about moving into an augmented reality of live video that was just taken, that you can then disseminate to your fan base if you're a big social media follower, or what do they call influencers? So it's tremendous where this could go in the future. Really exciting. Go ahead.
It's interesting you bring up GoPro. I'll point something out again as an investor. When I saw GoPro come out originally, and Nick was basically selling out of the back end of his car, and he was trying to get in, create distribution deals with specialty retailers. All interesting. He did a great job. He made a fundamental mistake that I made the call on, and ended up playing short on their stock personally to a lot of profit, I have to say. And the reason was, he thought that he had a hardware business.
Yeah.
They tried years later, when they went, oh my God, our sales are tanking. They're tanking because they hit the end of their market. They cliffed.
Yep.
Okay. And then suddenly they say, we're a content play. Well, I got to tell you, I'm an operator. At the end of the day, what I really do well is I'm an operator. Okay. Trying to take a business from the hardware business back into content. Have not seen that successfully done ever. It's why the PC OEMs never got in the software business. It's hard.
Absolutely, because you never see people putting toothpaste back in the tube, right? Very messy.
Yeah. So I love it. So any case, so most of this I've hit, the nail head a few times, but I'll profile a couple of things that matter. Okay. We talk about the B2C in the second bullet here, a recurring revenue, all of that. But I also should note that we have in parallel an effort, it's kind of a parallel effort in business development, by going to large brand owners and saying, okay, you want to either enhance your brand or lever your base. So we're talking to some big companies who have showed so much interest that they went to mutual non-disclosure agreements rather quickly, which is hard to do with pretty good sized companies.
Yeah.
Several are not even on here because we don't want to use, they don't want us to use their name yet, but let's call it a large drink company and so forth that we all know, based in Atlanta, without giving too much away there. And they're very interested in the things that they can do to enhance their brands, right? Yeah. Often. And how do you do that? Maybe they just brand the product. Maybe there is usage plays, there's just a ton of stuff, and I'll let the creative stuff to the guys that we've got on this right now. But it gets very interesting. Might be specialized content, that gets dropped down and so forth in terms of augmented reality. So if you go back one slide, Mary, that's not it.
Oops, sorry.
That's it. Thank you. So we run about 70% gross margins on the hardware. Over time, that goes up because of the amount of SaaS that is coming in. I'm not going to be foolhardy enough to forecast that we're running a lot of that subscription revenue at the beginning. That takes time, and I think everybody here knows and understands that. But right now, it's about 70% gross margins. we've taken a reasonable amount of risk out of this play, especially given that part of it is hardware. The product is done. And I mean, literally in every measure that you can think of. It took us 2 years longer than we thought, not to design it, but to get all of the manufacturability analysis done. Of course, we had to endure COVID and crap happening in China, but it's done. And we have first product in warehouse right now in order to hit our test market. The EBITDAs run, in the third year, we are cash positive, running up to 25%, and then quickly into the 40s once the mix of subscription revenue and hardware revenue come into full play. So juicy cash, if you will, right? In terms of competitive things like, what are you doing to keep competitors away, like the very companies that you mentioned, because there will be, somebody like an Oculus trying to figure out how to change their 3D approach to things, maybe where they can do this. We do have some patents, but it's all going to be about first to market and taking share quickly, as it very much often is. So back to what we're trying to do right now. I'm trying to close out our seed round with a finish of 600K. We were up to 400 very quickly. COVID hit, and then it was like, I don't know what I want to do. And I was running into a lot of that. And to answer a natural question for people, why don't I just go to SoftBank, and so forth? There's a reason I'm staying away if I can. And that has to do with, I know Moz's strategy for basically having majority ownership of everything he touches.
Yeah.
And, this time that's not going to happen. So, in any case, but that said, all of my contacts are really, in SaaS software and so forth. So I can introduce us to people, but it's all being done through reference right now, more than anything else to get us into conversations. So I want to finish out the seed round. It's a simple play, 20% discount versus a $10 million cap at conversion. If there's value that can be added by the individual investor, we can have a terms conversation, because we are very interested in bringing on smart people, to this thing.
With only 600 grand left, and the investor audience that's watching this on YouTube and in the room right now,
Yeah.
I think that gap is going to get closed quickly. And then obviously the valuation is going to go up when you guys get that take rate and move towards a Series A. So exciting here. Any final closing thoughts? We're a little over time.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll say no to that.
No, it's totally fine. And I don't know if there's any questions in the room. If there are, please raise your hand or just unmute, and we can move things along. If you have a question for Mary or Steve on this, it's a remarkable project, one of the most exciting ones that I've seen in a long time. Like I said, I think this is going to usurp the GoPro movement that we saw a decade ago. I really do, only because of where this can all go in this different direction. So super exciting. So if there's aren't any questions, I don't see any questions in the chat right now, but if there are, we'll come back to that. Mary, Steve, excellent job with that. I'm incredibly proud to be representing this. You guys have put together an amazing product. I have it here. I'm enjoying it. Oh, you can't really see it because of there we go. But I'm enjoying it. And I can't wait to see this in the hands of so many households. So great job. Give Steve and Mary a round of applause. Excellent job. Excellent job. All right. Up next, we've got my good friend, Duncan Burns. Duncan, the Veggie Dome, is on my counter as well. So you know what? I think I'm going to get rid of this this virtual background. I thought it would be cool, but it's kind of weird for me. Let me just get rid of this. How's that? There we go. You can see my fish tank now. Okay. All right. Duncan Burns, you're up next. And here, I was trying to show you these guys here. This is so cool. I absolutely love it. Dunk, you there? You can go ahead and unmute. You're on mute if you don't know it. I don't know if he stepped away. If not, we might have to jump to you, Patrick. Patrick, are you ready? Patrick Henry? He's always ready. Yeah. You're on mute there, Patrick.
Am I off mute?
Yeah, you are.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and spotlight him and then we'll jump to Duncan after him. Patrick, unbelievable, this product that you have right now with AutoMag. And I'm so honored to be a part of this. In fact, I want to be able to have my own, the 44 Magnum with my name on there engraved in that beautiful box. And we'll show pictures of that in just a second. But what you've been able to do over such a short period of time, it's just absolutely incredible. And I'm so excited for the folks that are on here to hear about this. Patrick, why don't you go ahead and tell us a little bit about your background, number one, because you've had a background in ammunition and arms and everything else. And then you saw this opportunity with the 44 Magnum that, if everyone recalls back, I don't know if everyone's old enough on here to remember, but I remember as a kid watching the Clint Eastwood movies with the 44 Magnum and how he made that so popular with Dirty Harry. But in any event, talk a little bit about your background and what you're doing with AutoMag.
Okay. I started my own company when I was a senior in high school in 1974. I made ammunition for law enforcement. And so I've basically been in that world ever since. And in 2015, I had a friend from Europe that was collecting rare guns, and the AutoMag had been made. I think they started in 2000. 2000. Gosh, now I'm not remembering my dates here. 1971. I'm thinking about something. 1971, but they only made it for a year before they closed down, and then they opened and closed 3 or 4 more times, and finally went bankrupt in I think 82. And the Dirty Harry movie Sudden Impact came out, and they used the gun in that movie, and it just instantly became a classic that everybody wanted, but nobody was producing them. So the prices went just kind of through the roof. And so in 2015, I bought it, and I thought all I had to do is buy it and start building them and send them out the door. But I found out that it had a number of problems that needed to be addressed. And so it dragged out the process quite a few years and cost us a lot more money, but it also broadened the potential market by fixing these issues. And we started shipping February of last year, and I thought, well, we're home free. And due to COVID and supply chain, we had to stop at least 4 times because we couldn't get critical parts or materials. And so we kind of punted and started moving all those operations in-house, and we're almost there. We made and shipped 6 guns day before yesterday, and they shipped 3, made and shipped 3 yesterday. And there were months where we shipped none. And if we only have to ship 40 to break even, and I think we'll be above 100 in 90 days, and at 100 we'll net roughly $250,000 a month. And I made a kind of a pitch deck that said worst case or bear case, we'd sell 100 a month, which would net us $3 million a year. And bear case, I'm sorry, I'm backwards. Bear case 100 a month, bull case 300 a month, and that would net us $9 million a year. And I was told that the company would be worth 8.4 times earnings, so it'd make it a $70 million company. And but I had a firearms marketing expert that said that he thought I could sell 1,000 a month for at least 3 to 5 years, and then after that it would drop off unless I came up with a new product line or some new features. And but I never really took that seriously. And then I met with the largest independent gun distributor in America for another reason, and he found out I was making AutoMag, and he said that he'd like to see one, and I happened to have one in the car, so I went and got it and showed it to him, and his eyes bugged out, and he said, if you give me exclusive rights, I'll buy 1,000 a month. And I didn't think it was a good fit, and he said, I'll pay you when it arrives on the door. But I was already being paid by people that were paying in full and waiting sometimes 2 or 3 years to get their gun. And now we're down to 6 months wait time. And so I didn't pay it any attention, but when I told Izzy about it, he said, if you could get them the state, they would buy, by the way, they did 158 million last year in guns and ammunition. And so I got him to write me an email and I said, be conservative. And he said, I can buy a minimum 500 a month for at least the first few years. And so at that rate, the company would generate $15 million a year. So I'm trying to raise a few more dollars to get us to the finish line.
If you see on the screen here, as beautiful as this gun is, I
Yeah.
mean, there's just no doubt in my mind with the customer base, the client you're talking about is going to be able to facilitate that. And I think he's lowballing it just to be conservative. You know, people always say to undersell stuff like that. But can you just talk a little bit about the craftsmanship, the precision, what it takes to actually build one of these? It's an incredible product that you're so highly sought after. And really this capital is just to facilitate all the demand and the demand that this gentleman is saying, gosh, to my customer base, I can sell so much. So the ROI on the investment, we'll talk about that in a second, but it's explosive. Well, let's talk about the quality of this product to begin with and what goes into making an AutoMag.
Well, the original AutoMag was made with a number of cast parts, and you know, the technology really wasn't available back in the 70s. So when we brought it back, I thought, well, we could use more modern materials and manufacturing technology to make it way better than it was in the beginning. And so now there was roughly a dozen cast parts in the gun, and now we've replaced either 7 or 8 of those with milled from billet, which is a much higher quality material. It's a little more expensive to make that way, but the good news is we basically get $4,000 for the gun, and right now our costs are about $1,385. But I think over the next year, as we move more operations in-house, our costs should drop to around $1,000. So we can afford to use the best processes and materials, and it really doesn't affect our bottom line at all.
And what's that look like? You know, the future of guns in general, because I feel like anytime there's a change in administration, whether Republican, Democrat, whatever it is, people start stockpiling ammunition and guns. Why is that, Patrick?
My accountant says it's just, he was not a gun person. And when the Bush administration proposed the assault weapon ban, he immediately called me and said, I want to get an assault rifle or AR-15. And I said, why? And he said, I only want what I can't have. And I think that's just human nature. If you tell me I can't have something, all of a sudden I want it.
Maybe that's what it is then. It's just, if you can't have it, you know, people want to get it.
Yeah.
So, you know, as we talk about, you know, the legend of the AutoMag, there's some things in the future that you want to be doing with other brands. So you're not this one trick pony. Certainly the 44 Magnum is an amazing handgun, yet there are other opportunities out there. And I don't know what you're able to talk about, but let's just say this: from certain movies, from certain TV shows, there are actors that have made guns very popular. And for collectors, they want to have these. Can you talk a little bit about what AutoMag can do there and what you're able to do?
I've been contacted by either the spouses or anyway, the existing owners for guns that were made popular in something like the Wilde, the Bren 10 from Miami Vice. The Wilde was Charles Bronson's gun in Death Wish. And those guns are no longer being made. And I thought, well, really, I've taken a gun that had a existing market, but no production. And I've kind of brought it back to life. And instead of just making that one gun, I could brand AutoMag as the company that brings these classic rare guns back to life. And the good news is I have exclusive rights to making this or any of the other guns I would acquire. And the margins are very large because there are very few of them out there. And so I was offered the Bren 10, and right now they're selling for like $7,000 or $8,000. It's just a 9mm pistol, but because Don Johnson used it and they only made, I don't know, 5,000 or 10,000, they're bringing crazy numbers. And but I've said so far I would like to buy these, but I have to stay focused to Automatic is really cash flowing well, but that's the long-term vision is to add other products of a similar nature. And I want to, yeah, I hate to use this word, but I want to be the Rolex of firearms where you
I
know,
really think it's a great analogy. Yeah,
if you know, if you buy from me, you're going to spend a lot of money and you're going to get something very unique. And the amazing thing, we've never spent a dime on advertising, and we probably shipped about $2.4 million worth. Now I do give away guns to celebrities that are interested. So, but it only cost me $1,300. Matter of fact, I don't know if I even told you this, but I got a message from Clint Eastwood's office wanting to know if I would fly to LA June the 11th to give Clint a gun. And I don't know what'll come of that, but if all I get is a photo of me handing him the gun, I feel like
yeah.
it could bring a lot of additional interest to the gun. But
Oh, no question. And
I have probably a dozen celebrities that have contacted me, like Ted Nugent and Joe Mantegna, and all of which none of them asked me for money. Now they do want a quote unquote free gun, but it's pretty cheap for the publicity you might get from it.
For sure, for sure. And when you talk about the size of the market and the people that can drive that, I mean, looking at these numbers here, can you talk a little bit about what's on the screen here?
Well, Mike Bassard is a firearms marketing expert, and he told me there's about 80 to 100 million gun owners in America, but 7.5 million of those gun owners own half of all the guns in America. And he said that is your market. And if you get 1 out of 100 to buy your gun, you'll sell 75,000, and 75,000 would give us about $300 million worth of sales, and we are operating about a 65% margin, so about 180 million of that would be net.
That's
I
absolutely
think 1 out of 100 is a very conservative number. I think it's probably more like 1 out of 20.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about what we're doing right now, which is really exciting. We're doing a bridge right now of a couple $1 million just for some immediate response to the demand that you have. And let's talk a little bit about what that's going to look like here and the terms of that deal, because after that, we'll be doing the Series A round or another round at a higher valuation. But right now you have a unique opportunity for this couple $1 million round that we're doing on the bridge, where this convertible note that it's really robust what you're doing. Can you just touch on it a little bit and the offer that we have, Patrick?
Yeah, so 2-year note, 12% interest, and in 2 years, you can convert a 20% discount or $50 million cap.
So with these numbers that you have already and the financial projections that our team put together, I mean, you're getting a sweetheart deal where you're getting a discount off of that $50 million valuation cap because of the business that you have here. And that $2 million is going to drive and facilitate a lot of the orders that are sitting there in the wings, people demanding this. And then on top of this, you can move into this relationship that you have here where they're ordering hundreds of guns every single month. So what you're doing is so robust for the investor. I want to talk about the potential exit and what that would look like. Okay. Can you talk a little bit about your strategy there? Because certainly you can become a publicly traded company in the future if you desire to do so, M&A activity. But where do you see this going for the investor that's watching this right now? And where if they put a couple of 300 grand on the line to say, hey, I'd love to see that 12% interest a year. I'm only getting 2 or 3% in the bank. I can do a tuck and roll with the Automag, have essentially 24% interest on my money over the next 2 years, and then convert this at such a steep discount. What's the exit going to look like for them? Yeah,
I think, let's just say if we only sold, let's say 300 a month, even though I've got a willing buyer at 500,
yeah.
we'll get 9 million a year. So I think 72 million is a very reasonable number, but at the end of 2 years, you could say, hey, I'm gonna exercise at 42. So it's not quite double your money, but it's getting close.
Absolutely.
And I think there's a lot of,
As far as a potential acquisition or going public, what would that look like in the future?
I think if you took it public, you could be in the, 150, $200 million. I think that's a very realistic.
Yeah,
number.
our team sees that as a very realistic opportunity as well. And yet, there's so many other things that can come down the road where someone would say, hey, I love what Automag is doing and I want to buy the company, right? And
Rob, I will say, I've already been approached by 3 companies, Car Arms, and Car Arms bought Thompson Auto Ordnance and Magnum Research. They own the Desert Eagle. And the vice president of Car Arms contacted me and he said, once you get going, if you ever decide to sell, please call us. Barrett Firearms that makes the 50 cal sniper rifle for the U.S. military. They did 78 million last year. The new president looked me up at the SHOT Show, basically said the same thing. If you ever decide to sell, he said, matter of fact, I told the founder, we should have bought this company. And he said, so if you ever decide to sell, please call us. And then I was approached by Palmetto State Armory, who did $1 billion in firearm sales last year. And they said the same thing. If you ever decide to sell, let me know. So I think I have I'm not doing it with the idea that I would flip it, but I have a place to go or several if I need to.
so just covering some last thoughts here in summary, you've got a post-revenue company that has incredible demand. We facilitate that with a couple $1 million. This begins to scale and the valuation of the company is going to go up significantly. You have a relationship with someone that's going to commit somewhere between, let's call it 200 to 300 guns every single month. That's a tremendous amount of revenue. And then there are already folks out there that are saying, I'd love to buy your company. So you got a lot of options here. And I love that. And when investors take a look at the type of opportunities that are available today, especially in the public markets, there is so much in the geopolitical risks that happen with the stock market going up and down, and it's really insulated with your opportunities. So that's really, really exciting with that. Patrick, any final thoughts that you would want to say to investors that are in the room now and the folks that are watching via YouTube?
Well, the only thing that's kind of interesting, this is both good and bad. Whenever the gun market goes nuts, we sell more or less the same number of Automags because the guy that buys a $4,000 handgun, he has a lot of discretionary income. But when the market gets tight, the $800 Glock drops off like a rock. But whenever something happens that causes people to be spooked, it goes through the roof. But we're pretty stable because the guy buying our gun can buy it regardless of economic times. And it's also, I know you could be concerned that maybe the next administration may be more anti-gun or something, but the Automag is so large and so expensive, it's not a target. The anti-gun people tend to focus on like assault rifles and large caliber, like sniper rifles, and they kind of classify bad guns, the Saturday night special, they give them a label and then they try to get rid of that. But there's nothing about it. It's a low, it only holds 7 rounds, so you don't have the high capacity. It weighs 4.5 pounds, so it's huge. You can't conceal it. It's an odd to say, but it's more of a collector's item than it is a gun. Now, the people that buy it don't really buy it to shoot it. They buy it to show it to their friends, kind of like people buying, once again, Rolexes. Obviously they can get a timepiece for quite a bit less, but they're buying it because it's a trophy.
That's right. That's right. And there's a bit of what I would say is insulation with market conditions with your particular product offering and what you'll be offering in the future. So this is one offering that is going to bring in the revenue of 100 to 300 units every single month. When you start expanding that and talking about these other relationships, this could be astronomical as far as where the valuation could go. Great job, Patrick. It's an honor representing your company. I'm excited to continue the dialogue with investors that are attracted to your company here. If you've got any questions, go ahead and ping us here in the chat. We're going to jump over to Duncan. Great job, Patrick. We'll jump over to Duncan and we're going to take a quick break after that. Let's go ahead and spotlight Duncan. Duncan, you've got an amazing product that's on my kitchen counter as well. So I love what you're doing. And one of the most exciting things that I saw was the transition when my kids moved from, I told you about making those ice cream sundaes. And once we put vegetables in front of them, man, they reached in there for that instead of the M&Ms that were sitting on the counter. And you had told me from the beginning, you just have to put fruits and vegetables in front of people and they'll eat them. It's just that so many of us allow them to turn into a soupy mess in our vegetable drawers in the refrigerator. And what you're doing is so remarkable. Talk about a little bit about your background, the technology, and how this all came about. But with no further ado, my good friend and colleague, Duncan Burns.
Great. Thank you, Izzy, for that beautiful introduction. And I'm hoping that you now see the first page of my deck. I don't know.
Yep, I see it.
Great. VeggieDome with patented BioValve technology. This is something that is really a product that can make a huge difference in the household. It's really amazing because it was something that was started off as a little on a lark that I wanted my kids to be able to have vegetables and fruit out on their table when they came home from school. I was working in the film industry for many years and wanted my kids to come home and have something that was good for their bodies and also something that also satisfies their hunger. Many times you eat a cracker or something that comes out of the box. It just 5 minutes later, the kids are hungry and they're eating another thing. So I really tried to figure out how to make it so that vegetables can be kept out on the table. And I have a background in the fact that my teenage brother, my brother and I were 13 and 15, and he, being the older one, was spearheading the project of building a greenhouse in our backyard. And we were growing orchids and bromeliads, tropical plants that actually cling on to the bark of trees and live up in the forests, in the jungles. And that was all cool and fun for us to do. But I asked my brother, well, if the roots are holding on to the branches, how are the plants living without any water? He said they drink water through their leaves from the air. So fast forward 30 years later, when I'm trying to make this device that keeps vegetables fresh out on the table, I thought, well, why can't vegetables drink through their skin from the air? So I made a container called the VeggieDome. Now, the problem that it solved was not just my kids' snacks, but actually greater than that was that I found out that we were eating a lot of vegetables from the table and we weren't throwing any away. As a matter of fact, as I put vegetables into the VeggieDome, 0 were being thrown away from what was being put on the table. So these are two problems that are pretty huge in our nation. Is that we're throwing away 40% of our vegetables from the fridge. We got them in plastic bags. The plastic bag maybe opens up. You got to throw away 2/3 of that lettuce that you bought for $3. Over $100 a month is thrown away in the U.S. This is vegetables we buy in the store. We make sure that they don't have bruises or gashes. No, we bring them home and don't eat them. Why? Also, they're out of mind. We don't see them. We're not exposed to them daily unless we open up the fridge and dig around in the vegetable drawer, which some people don't even like doing because it's got rotten things in there already. And I don't want to make too big of a deal of it. People are very efficient with their food, and I understand that it's something that people do take care of. It's just hard to because it's out of sight. And also the refrigerator was not designed for vegetables. It was designed for keeping meat cold and milk cold. And the coldness really doesn't allow you to do anything but try to stop the biology of the plants. So the problem is we're throwing stuff away and we're not eating enough vegetables. The solution is to bring it out onto the table. And so the VeggieDome is making it so that veggies and fruit are the low-hanging fruit. You know, you see it, especially if you see fruit hanging from a tree, you reach out and grab it. Well, if it's on the table, you eat it even so. You've cleaned it, you've trimmed anything off of it that you don't want, and you got it on the table throughout the entire week. And even more. I've got lettuce that has lasted 2-3 weeks in the Veggie-Dome, but that's not what it's about. It's about being able to eat the vegetables that are on your table every time you want to, but every couple of days you fill it up again. How does it work? We've got utility patented technology here. And it seems very simple, but actually there's a real interesting nature balance that my design, however simple looks, is actually utilizing, first of all, the vegetables emit water vapor, and that stays inside the Veggie-Dome, and they live off of that. That's simple. But the complicated part, or the more advanced thing, is that that same kind of cookie jar lid allows ethylene gas to escape throughout the day. So what happens is it becomes this perfect little natural space for the vegetables to stay fresh and then also not spoil, because ethylene gas is a growth hormone that makes them grow, but also makes them spoil faster. So the Veggie-Dome is, and I invented it 15 years ago, but I've really developed it in the last 4 or 5 years with a successful Indiegogo campaign that when we started it, I thought, okay, we're going to sell to the California groups, and we're going to sell to New York and maybe Oregon. 47 states in 45 days bought it. And many times it was first sight. They saw the picture of the Veggie-Dome, boom, they bought it, because they want an easier way to eat healthy. And we've sold 7,000 units over the last couple of years. And I would say that that would be a series of test market venues, because we really have been a small company, only making 2,000 units at a time. And we want to expand. That's part of what this fundraise is about. And our go-to-market strategies involve a gambit. We're not, spreading ourselves thin, but it's just a natural for retail. We've approached 2 national retailers. They're interested. They want us to be able to produce more than 2,000 at a time. So obviously that's why we're doing this fundraise. Once we have them on the shelf and ready to go, we'll be able to enter those relationships. Also partnerships with hotels and cruise ships. Now that's one way that's really valuable for us, is that, you go to a hotel, you order food, and you go out for a little bit and come back, and all that food is spoiled. You've paid a premium for it. We can have it so that the hotels have Veggie-Domes and there are, in fact, vegan Hiltons in London who we're approaching. So it's there are specialties, but the thing is, once you get them in the hotels, then people would be able to see them, and maybe the logo of the hotel is on the Veggie-Dome, so we'll have partnerships there. Oh, I had somebody walk by and disturb me there for a second. Is that then they see them and then they want them in their home. So there's a good way to get them in people's homes, and is exposure through hotels. And that's one. Those are ways of getting the word out just organically. Licensing with our 2001 utility patent. We've got the potential for licensing agreements with, I'd be certainly welcome to people producing Veggie-Domes, given the fact that we've got that patent in place in the United States. We do have a design patent in international. We're going to make that stronger as we move forward also. We've done pretty much a lot of our sales has been on the B2C. Online sales have been really our lifeblood right now. And we also want to be able to reach out for social causes. Let's say we work with American Diabetes Association, who we have been in contact with, and they want to do a cause fundraising project. They sell it. They are able to earn money. We're not going to necessarily earn as much money on these cause fundraising campaigns, but guess what? They are selling it to people. They feel great because, as the American Diabetes Association feels like, okay, we're selling them, not selling them cookies. We're not selling them to try to raise money. We're selling them something that will literally help the household eat a better diet, be exposed to vegetables on a daily basis. Plus, it gets into that household, and then it becomes another thing where there's organic, exposure with the cause fundraising. So in fact, we're not making as much money on per unit, but that's great marketing, great advertising.
Yeah.
Izzy, do you have any ideas on also this go-to-market strategies? We're in touch with QVC and at this time already. What's up?
Yeah, and so what I wanted to touch on is you brought it up there with the potential for licensing of your patents, because there are manufacturers that have deep pockets and have this all arranged already. And you've only done some test sales and marketing here for proof of concept. And for all intents and purposes, nationwide, there's been a demand for this on kitchen counters, right? So what I get excited about is just licensing this for other maybe top tier companies like the Williams Sonomas of the world, the Crate and Barrels, the folks that have those relationships that would say, hey, I want this, with this beautiful Italian glass or whatever it is. And not only do you have this as a functional utility in the kitchen, but it becomes like a piece of art when you use that BioValve technology that you have on there that can be utilized. Can you talk a little bit about where that could go?
Well, we've actually been in touch with people in Italy. The Italian glass is amazing. But now think about this. We'll be making ones that were, say, $50 each for the target audience or the retailers here in the United States. But what if people want to have a beautiful piece of glass from Italy? Those will be $200 or $300 pieces. The more exquisite households, more demanding in terms of, we're asking people to have a piece of glass out on their table for the next 5 years, 6 years, and maybe a set of them. There are different sizes that can be made and different colors, different choices. This will expand the concept to different markets and to different individuals. But again, these are things that I wouldn't have to be worried about the production costs at all, because this is something that would be done, let's say, in Italy or in the very specialized craftsman glass making. So that's a great idea, Izzy, about that. One thing that it's kind of a shaded, like a area in between, is the fact that we could have partnerships with the manufacturer that we have. And if, let's say, this is a big, huge, we've been in touch with the top 3 glass manufacturers in the United States, they could actually open an entire new category of kitchenwares, which is the out of refrigerator produce keeper. And once people start seeing how not only easy this is, but it is good for the household and actually very beautiful to see, this would be an attractive thing for manufacturers to actually open an entire new division on that.
Oh, no question. And when I think about, I'm just going to share my screen for a second. When I think about, can you see that up there? The resort style hotels and chains, things like that. I think about this market here, which would be huge because it's an affluent customer base. And typically the more affluent the individual or the families, the more health conscious and concerned, and they want to make sure that they're eating the right types of foods, even when they're traveling, of course. So when they're at a resort experience like this, you could have relationships with hotel chains, cruise ships all over the world that are licensing your product, that have your product on the shelf in the hotel rooms. Talk a little bit about that, because you've had some incredible conversations, and I think investors should hear that to understand the scale of where this BioValve technology on this device can go.
Yeah, just imagine that a whole line of hotels could adapt using the VeggieDome, that there's thousands of units that could be sold. And just think about this. They look good because they're saying, hey, our customers, we care about you. We want to have a healthy stay. We care about you having a good time here when you're in the city. And we also want to make sure that you're healthy. And we are providing with you this new form, which is it's beginning literally a trend of types of health conscious lifestyle changes. And then this is an easy tool to do, but man, people get it and they understand it, and they can really benefit by having a really good stay at the hotel, and we care about you is really what hotels want to show, and this is one way of doing it.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can go back to sharing your deck there.
Okay, share screen. Oh, you're on. Okay, I'm on. Do you see my deck?
Nope, not yet.
Okay, I'm going to do share screen, go to the deck, and we're in.
There you go.
Okay, the next page here is, I don't know why that's there. That's interesting. Healthy just got easy. This is the slide which shows you, and what Izzy was just talking about is just in the hotels and, let's say, spas industries. This is one thing that shows you that there are multi-billion-dollar industries that this can literally make a change or actually be a tool that they use in their industry. So nutritionists can say, you know what, I need you to eat more vegetables and fruit. Fresh produce is really the way to go. There's scientific studies that are showing now this is really helping you a lot. And then also just healthy families, lifestyle. People are interested in the lifestyle. Let me close the door so the dog doesn't bug you guys. Is the dog okay? And housewares, but also the weight loss industry. Let me tell you, weight loss coaches would be able to say, listen, we've got to make a difference. And I know it's hard because you go back to that same kitchen. It looks exactly the same for the last 10 years. You're going to reach for that cabinet where the cookie jar is or where the box of crackers is. You know what? Weight loss industry can use this as a tool that they begin their program with. Okay. Also, athletes and trainers can say, okay, I've got to make a difference in my lifestyle. This is the tool that helps me step up to it. And also the healthcare industry. There are a lot of doctors nowadays that are wanting to make sure that they're not just giving pills to help with heart disease and type 2 diabetes. And there are lots of other illnesses that can be not just stopped, but reversed with the proper vegetable eating. And that's spreading. There's a big green wave happening in the industries. This is one thing that I also want to describe to you. This slide is not made for this, but there's a question that comes up with a competition, okay? People say, what about competitors? What about somebody who's going to copy this? We are already in the forefront of having partnerships that we're starting with, and also the directions that we're going with the industries that are going to benefit by this. If somebody just makes 100,000 units of this, and of course we have a utility patent, so the United States we're very well protected, but we were going to have to defend that and make sure that they're not. But it does say they dump, somebody makes 100,000 units. Who are they going to sell them to? If they just dump them into a store, people won't even know what to do with it. We are having a direction with our marketing, with our bringing it to the world through the industries that are going to benefit. We're going to have direct contact with many of the leaders in those industries so that we become the go-to units that will be able to market. We'll be able to have the supply for the Veggie Dome through them. They'll have special deals. Their clients can potentially have a discount on it. So this is the way in which we are combating any competition that we might have with this item, which we look at as starting a trend in households changing towards a healthier lifestyle. This is a tool that can help many of the health-oriented industries.
Absolutely.
We've got a great team, worked with Phil Nordell now for several years. He actually helped me to start the company as we went from an LLC to an SPC, which is a social purpose corporation, still for profit, but we also will be interested in having community-based nutrition education. Of course, we're going to be putting a lot of underlined under the vegetables and fruit as being good for you. Trevor Anderson is an amazing COO in that he is always proficient in being able to be on top of things. Before I even get to him, I start asking questions. He already has 3 different avenues that he's already invested in. Amazing. Pat Fiore, who I've worked with also for a few years, she has a specialty in category creators. So in terms of people worrying about being able to have this new product being brought to market, that's what her specialty is. So that was one reason I chose her. But she also is just really very active. I get this phone call coming in. I can't take the call right now. Advisors. And Izzy, do you want to maybe talk about the advisors for a second? Because I know you have a personal experience with some of them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I love the relationships that you've been able to attract, high level relationships. You think about someone like a John Sally who saw this opportunity with his chain of healthy restaurants, vegan restaurants, and not necessarily that the Veggie Dome company is a vegan company, but obviously we should all be eating fruits and vegetables.
What's up?
And clearly with the fruits and vegetables that are
Okay.
part of a vegan
Okay,
diet,
bye.
what ends up happening is that you see these guys like a John Sally that want to promote their restaurants, but then you also see someone like a David Katz who is basically saying, hey, we need to eat more fruits and vegetables. How do we get that more prevalent into the lifestyles of people's homes? And the Veggie Dome facilitates that, because that BioValve technology, what I want to make sure rather that we're not dismissing is what that actually does is you have your own greenhouse, if you will, on your kitchen counter. So I've used it, and we cut up fresh fruits and vegetables that normally are going to go bad, very, very quickly if you leave them out. Even if you have them in Tupperware out on your kitchen counter, they're going to go bad quickly. But with this device and that technology, keeps it fresh. You open it up it's like the vegetable cookie jar. All of these folks that are very interested in health and wellness and have major followings, like a Dr. David Katz, whom I've had a personal conversation with about the project. He's got a following of 1 million folks. So when we have the capital to partner with the right manufacturer of this and then begin to disseminate this through all those channels, we'll start seeing sales, because we sold out of basically a test run of these units. And if you could just touch a little bit on that, Duncan, as we come to a close here, I think it's remarkable of the demand that you saw just through farmers markets, online sales, and so on and so forth. It's huge, huge. So go ahead and finish up with that, because we do have to move on. You're on mute, Duncan.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that, Izzy, and what we've been able to do is let me describe to you. A lot of times people say you have to expose people 7 times before they actually buy something. We were in Indiegogo. They did a one-time mention of us. They thought, oh, this is a really nice product, and it's going to help people have healthier lifestyles and stuff. So they put it on their Saturday one-time email. We sold $4,800 worth of Veggie Domes in the next 36 hours. It was a see and buy situation. So this is one thing about our product, which has been really good. Now, in terms of our raise, we are going to be used. This is gives you a general idea of how we were going to be able to use the funds. New molds is very important because we want to be able to make the Veggie Dome actually 3 pounds lighter. That's going to help us with our shipment costs, and that's one of the reasons why we're doing this capital raise. But much as you can see, most of it's going to just the inventory itself. So as an investment in this company, we're not asking to be in development for a long time or anything. Boom, we're just going to be making inventory. We're going to be bringing it to shelves. That's what this capital raise is. We know that we can sell it. We've been selling it before, but we do need to have a really sustained campaign and be able to broaden our markets. We've got relationships with already strategic partners that are ready for it, and we just want to be able to execute our go-to-market strategies. And then we do have a small staff. And our operations is really simple. It's really very, like, we make them, we have them in the warehouse, and we ship them. So it's been really great that way. We are really been looking at this future where we're going to be able to not only utilize the sales and the track record that we've had from these test markets over the last couple of years, but now we're going to be able to expand because we're hamstrung before, only making 2,000 units at a time. Now we're going to be able to expand. Now we're going to be able to not only make it so that we're making the VeggieDome, which is our flagship product, be able to make the smaller ones, which are for nuts and dried fruit, or making also products that we have our grab and go healthy food, basically is what the line of products is involved with, where we're going to be utilizing new materials for outdating the lunch bag. You grab the lunchbox. People are going to be grabbing, nowadays our lives are we're moving around a lot, we've got our phone. Oh, then now I'm at my office. What about where's your food? That's where we're going to be going to. With some of our products. So it's not just a one product company. We're into simple solutions for current lifestyles in healthy food. Okay, so our funding, we're looking for $750,000. Part of it is a revenue share option. That's what I was telling you. We're making the inventory. It'll be sold, within that year. We're going to be able to market it, and that'll be a short-term ROI for any investors in that type of form. We are also, the mainstay is going to be equity with a safe hybrid convertible note. And the terms are really good at this time. If you get on board right now, the VeggieDome is really a great investment for you, because we're going to be exposing with our, this massive production, this new frame of keeping food safe and keeping food for your family that is healthy for you. And so that's what the VeggieDome are really, I think, is going to be not more than really opening up something that is right in front of us. The solution is already there. It's just that nobody's done it, and nobody's been able to make a utility patent on this somewhat simple design, which actually uses biology to have produce in your house. Think about this: the VeggieDome as, let's say, the Tesla of the kitchen. That's kind of funny. People like to be the Tesla of everything. We are the only product in your kitchen that uses biology to keep your produce safe and keep your produce in front of your eyes. It's a big move to change people's food to being visible, as opposed to right now, you walk in your kitchen, where's the food? It's all shut up. We have something that shows the food in a method that uses the food's biology to be presented to you. So thank you very much. VeggieDome is ready to upgrade the kitchen, and it's going to be so easy for people to adapt to it, because they just clean the vegetables, put them in there, and enjoy. Thank you very much.
Great job, Dunk. I think what you're doing is simple, yet remarkable at the same time, with that patented technology that you have with the BioValve. So I think it's incredible how we can have this visible, where normally fruits and vegetables are just in the kitchen drawer and they go bad over a. Sometimes I even forgot in the past, when I didn't have my VeggieDome, that I had fruits and vegetables in there, and I'm like, oh gosh, here I am throwing this stuff away. So I love what you're doing. Excited about the project. Great job. Give Duncan Burns a round of applause. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break here. And we do a working lunch. So I'm just going to have my daughter, who's probably got lunch for me, and bring that back to my desk here. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. Dan, if you can throw on some music and throw on the timer. She's probably got a fresh peanut butter and jelly sandwich for me, and maybe some fresh vegetables on the side, right out of our VeggieDome that I saw full of fruits and vegetables there. So thanks for that, Duncan. And we'll see you back here in just about 10 minutes. Thanks for that, Dan. I was rocking out here with my peanut butter and jelly sandwich. All right. Well, unfortunately, we can't play because we're broadcasting this. Everyone's always like, "What is it with that instrumental music?" When we play regular music, it gets shut down by YouTube and Facebook and everybody else because we're not licensing or licensed to disseminate their music. But in any event, we've got Ramesh Balan up next, and this next interview / presentation, I think it just speaks to the world that we live in now. And when you think about education and educators, what is going to be happening over the next 10, 20 years? I believe Nomadics has the answer to this with their platform, and I'm incredibly excited to jump into this with you, Ramesh. Help me welcome Ramesh Balan. You've been in this industry for a long time, Ramesh. You've seen incredible changes. And why don't you just start off by just sharing a little bit about your background, how you got into this industry, because I've been so impressed from the first day we've met.
Well, thank you so much, Izzy, for the opportunity.
Absolutely.
Before I get started, I mean, it's always hard to follow someone, who's going to help you eat more vegetables. However, what's harder than getting a kid to eat broccoli? It's getting them to learn remotely, right?
Yeah. There you go.
So that's the world we live in. My association with education goes, throughout my life. My mom was a high school math teacher. I lost my dad when I was 7 years old, and being the oldest kid, when I was 9 years old, my mom would come to me and say, "I'm going to teach you high school math, and I want you to grade these papers." And that's when my passion for education and math, everything started. And then ended up tutoring high school kids when I was in the middle school. And then fast forward, after becoming a computer scientist, and I got the opportunity to work in interactive computing under the father of computer animation, Dr. Charles Suri. He founded a company in Ohio that built out the animation sequences. That's all part of the household, day-to-day television viewing. So it was NBC Peacock to the ABC World News to the Super Bowl openings to NCAA Final Four, NFL Today. These were all done with, so I was the software developer. I built out the systems which the animators used and to produce all these different types of animations that are legendary, right? So that was where my passion for, making things more interactive and more engaging came about, and then transitioned over to Bell Laboratories, stayed there for several years, and I was the head of innovation over there. And this was in the 90s when the whole internet was booming and wireless computing was ready to scale. And so we built the infrastructures and the platforms that was responsible for the cell phone adoption all around the world. So that's gave me some of the background in terms of thinking big and thinking about big problems and how to scale something at a global level. And this is my fourth startup. So I've been working on this project 7 years now, a lot of R&D. And here we are after the pandemic, and with some of the big problems that we are seeing, the technology that we are building could be the answer for some of the really big problems that we're seeing.
I have no doubt. And when you and I first started talking, we talked about bridging the gap to the huge problem that's going on. And can you see my screen here if I share it there, Ramesh?
Yep.
I've got your slide deck up here, and let's talk about this for a second, virtual bots, because I think when you think about the term bot, and then someone thinking about educating somebody with a bot, there's sort of this chasm that we need to explain, how you can accelerate learning outcomes, the reduce teacher workload, and all the things that COVID was really weighing on teachers. Let's talk a little bit about what you're saying here on this slide, because I think it's incredible what you can do with your platform.
Can you, I don't know about others, but part of the top is getting cut off.
Oh,
So
sorry.
if you can scroll, yeah, there you go.
There we
Yeah,
go.
it's perfect. Yeah. So what we're talking about here is the ability for us to scale the introduction of bots. So we can scale one-on-one personalized learning for every student. So one of the challenges that the system has faced, and we can do a deeper dive into the magnitude of that, is there's been a tremendous amount of learning loss and regression. We're talking about just K-12. I'm sure this is the case in higher education and a lot of the other types of education where it's been primarily digital. So I think the underlying delivery model that we are using and the tools that are available over there, while there's a great deal of efficiency with doing this digital, what schools and what the online learning providers did not really understand is that the format is not conducive to engaging the students and making it learning more effective. So the efficiencies were elevated because of the digital learning, but what suffered was the effectiveness and the outcomes and the overall experience. All of that can be addressed if you can inject more interactivity and more intelligence into what the students and the users are interacting with. So we are getting into that next generation. This is kind of like how, online commerce started. So the first generation was, let's get people to come to our website and convert them and get them to buy more. Now we're thinking about what is the experience? How can we actually increase the conversion? How can we increase the outcomes? How can we introduce a chat bot that's going to actually interact with the consumers and help them towards that buying journey? This is more complex because this is learning development, this is learning experience, and there's a lot of things that are not very structured. And you'll see that, especially when you get into math learning. It's not about, whether you're getting the right answer or not, but it's about the steps that you take. It's about the strokes that you're showing. It's the work that you're showing to get to the work. So, and that's the unstructured part. So by making the bots available, and the bots can now make the experience more interactive, more engaging, and also more intelligent, because the bots will be trained on the front end to be more knowledgeable about what the students are learning. They'll be more knowledgeable about the students themselves, and it'll be capturing all these different levels of data that is impossible even if you put a personal tutor to the student and provide them with the feedback that they need to learn better. So all leading to better outcomes.
Well, speaking about feedback, you built this stellar team. Can you see my screen here?
Yes.
Okay. So can you talk a little bit about how you identified with your team and sharing a little bit about their roles and their background, because there was, like you had mentioned, a huge fall off in the learning, heightened frustration level with teachers. So you're talking about a chasm that needs to be filled now of hundreds of thousands of teachers across the nation that are saying, I don't think I want to teach anymore because this is so complex and it's harder for me. And I'm seeing students digress. Can you touch on that a little bit and how this team helped you identify all that?
Yeah, so it's been a journey, and I don't see the screen shared right now.
Oh,
So
you don't? Okay, let me try that again. Zoom has been a little buggy today. And let me pull that back up. Okay, should work now. Can you see that there?
yep.
Okay.
So the team we've got a fantastic team, the technology background and also the industry background, specifically in the K-12. What are some of the challenges that they've already been facing? So the deep insights into what could work, what could not work, because K-12 education is not the fastest of the industries to move. So until recently, I think there was not even a device that was available for every student. Now we have 100% saturation. So to really understand how to get this type of a technology infused into the system, and it's a incremental process. So we do have Dr. Curtis Caldwell, Dr. Erica Johnson. They are superintendents. They have a great deal of expertise from the other side with educational leadership. Cynthia Bayuk is our head of education for Nomadics, and she has had more than 35 years not only working in the classrooms and education leadership, but she was also part of one of the education service centers in Texas, and taking a curriculum called C-Scope to the entire state of Texas with about 5 million students. And then I think you're going to see over there in terms of having international business development, how you're going to go about doing that. But John has international education experience and education leadership experience. So he's based out of UAE. So he used to run all the British Council schools in the world. So he's now in UAE and he's helping with scaling that part of the world. And of course, from our advisory board, we've got Pradeep Sethi and Drew Frick. Pradeep is one of the early investors and also heads our advisory board, and he was the CTO for Dell Education in the K-12 space. And Drew Frick, he heads the channel development for one of the largest robotic process automation companies that IPO'd last year for close to $40 billion. And a lot of times we get compared to be the robotic process automation platform for education because of the nature of the automation that we are doing, and we are sort of leading that entire category.
Yeah, and what we're looking at here, as I was mentioning, and you heighten the visibility of this to me, is this tremendous teacher deficit that we're going to start seeing.
Mm-hmm.
And because of that, there's access to about $200 billion in that to accelerate the recovery. I don't think a lot of people understand or even know this is available. Can you speak to this a second, Ramesh?
I mean, can you go to the previous screen? Because that is that is astounding for people who are not really plugged into the education industry. And let's look at the two infographics. The one on the left side is every year there's displacement of teachers and hiring of new teachers, right? That's just a thing with any industry and also in K-12 education. But this year, typically it's 3%. and that's about 300,000 teachers that are either retiring or they are moving to a different industry or not, getting out of the workforce. This year, that has increased to 10%, which is 1 million teachers. And typically, there's a influx of availability of 500,000 new teachers that are interviewing for the 300,000 teacher jobs. We have 70,000 in the pipeline.
Wow.
Folks, this is a problem. How are we going to teach, granted that you have 25 students per teacher, that's 25 million. That's about 25 million kids that are going to have a problem in one subject or the other in terms of the teaching. So that is a big problem, and we are already at a 10-year low in terms of the learning outcomes. More than 50% of the students in US are below grade level in math. That's been the hardest hit. There are steep learning losses and regression. So how are we going to make up the gap, catch up, and also accelerate the learning outcomes, right? So we are right now before the 2012 learning outcomes. We've been steadily making progress. Now this is called the COVID slide. It's a massive slide. So, the government realizes the problem, and then as part of the Recovery Act, they have allocated $200 billion, okay, to help accelerate the recovery. Why are they doing this? Because there's a McKinsey model that has been put together that actually shows that the economic impact, the GDP impact of this loss and regression is going to total $20 trillion over the next 40 years. $20 trillion. That, if you just average it over 40 years, that is $500 billion. Now, I don't think we have $20 trillion or $500 billion to
lose.
Address this problem, but 200 billion is still a lot of big number, and that is being allocated to this. And guess how that is being the only way that the school districts and the state agencies know how to spend it right now. Let's go to the next slide.
That's incredible. And just before I jump to the next slide here, to quantify this a second, that $200 billion you're talking about, because kids have seen such a drastic downturn, 10 years over the last 2 years, that whole learning experience, the way most educational systems were not prepared for this, or educational programs, I should say, were not prepared for COVID, and kids really fell off. So now that really lessens their ability to get a higher education, which would pay a higher paying job. Am I understanding the
That's exactly it.
Of that $50 trillion that we're going to see? I mean, it's crazy.
20, but still it's huge.
20
right?
trillion. 20
Yeah.
trillion.
Yeah, it's massive. So what has happened, right? So we've been blindsided, okay? The interesting thing is I'm still talking about US, where we have a lot of data from the last 2 years. Guess what? The remaining world, which is about another 2 billion kids, we do not even have the data. And I think it's been projected that they are going to have actually a deeper regression in terms of the learning, because to start with, they did not have that much invested into the digital learning infrastructure, right? So here's the real challenges that are facing the school right now. So one of the biggest areas where investment is being made, they're trying to throw money at bodies now. Okay, bring in tutors from anywhere. Okay, whether it is in person or virtual tutors, human tutors, and put them and assign about 2 to 3 hours a week to the students to get them back to speed. The problem is only 20% of the students, because of the cost of these tutors and the number of students that require the help is so large, only 20% of the students are actually getting this help. And there's a shortage of teachers to start with. So even if you wanted to go, even if you had the money and you wanted to go out and get those additional tutors, they're not going to get it. And the teachers that are already there are overworked, which again ties back to why the teachers are leaving the workforce, because they are tremendously overworked. They're not doing this for the money, and they're doing this because they want to see the kids doing well, and the kids are slipping and sliding. So there's not a whole lot of satisfaction. There's not a whole lot of gratification by doing this thankless job. So they're like, I'm done. Okay, I can't sit here and watch my kids, do so poorly, and they're leaving the industry. So the teachers are overworked. So that's one of the big problems. Well, while digital learning is not the only problem, there's been a lot of logistical issues, there's a lot of things. I think one of the biggest problems is the digital learning itself, that whole technology got blindsided. The schools got blindsided, but they were being sold all this infrastructure, devices, internet, but there's not a whole lot in terms of the learning effectiveness, the learning experience. Okay, so still a lot of what's being thrown at students in a digital media is PDF files, videos, and maybe some multiple choice questions. So this is sort of the set of problems that have compounded this whole situation that we are facing, and why we are in this kind of a deep regression, and this kind of a deep problem situation right now.
So when we look at the solution, InSteps Nomadics, the platform is remarkable. What you've shown me and being able to see the results that students can see with teacher built programs, and that can sort of duplicate what a teacher wants to see in a classroom and scale that. It's incredible. Talk about what we have on the slide here.
Well, in a very simple sense, I mean, what we have created is not a bot to come out and teach reading or to teach numbers or to teach calculus. No, that's not the innovation here. The innovation is we have created an entire platform wherein we can easily go and create a bot that gets smarter about what this particular subject matter is, one lesson at a time. Okay? And we have created, the studio is not something that you need robot engineers to come in and program and make it work. It could be a teacher that is taking a lesson that they're already using or learning, or it could be somebody at the district level that could aggregate all the material that they are using in the school district, or why not even the Texas State agency, right? Get it curated and then go through and upload and overlay the interactivity and AI in a non-programmatic, so drag and drop type of a mechanism, and get it all ready. And now the teachers have the control to orchestrate how their students are going to be learning on a day-to-day basis. So we have an app for that. It's called Classroom. And then on the student side, we have an app called Backpack. And that Backpack facilitates this type of interactive and engaging and smart learning experiences. So the bot's able to sit with them 24/7. It talks to them. It provides them with the step-by-step way by which they could learn to solve the problem. And then it says, okay, now it's your turn to go and practice that. So that's guided tutoring. So it takes them through one step at a time, kind of like putting a training wheel on a lesson and getting the kid to go, okay? And then giving them feedback. So when they are going off track, it brings them back to on track. So only humans can do this right now. Only human tutors who understand that problem that they are getting the kid to learn how to solve, only they can do that. Now the bots that you enable using the Nomadix technology can do that. The next thing that it does is the bot asks the students to show their work. They take a digital stylus, and on the screen they start showing the work. And then once they're done with it, it grades them. So you see the bot sitting there on the side. This is the guided tutoring part. And the next one is the way by which they can show their work stroke by stroke. And then also they get it graded right there, so they get the feedback mechanisms at every step. And then you're now doing it in a digital way, in an interactive way. Now the bots are going to make it into very interactive, multimodal. Even if you have a video, we make the video interactive. We help make the video interactive. Kind of like how you see on YouTube those annoying commercials pop up. Well, we have a similar mechanism where you could just bury in the interactive experiences there, and you can even get the kids to show their work after seeing 5 minutes of the video. Everything is captured, it gets graded, and then the teacher is able to have access to all of that data and all of that insights. So they go through the entire classroom into a single student, and then here's the magic. They could click on the student's backpack. It takes them into the student work for that lesson. They go and click a replay button, and for every problem over there, there's a video player.
Wow.
So they click the video player, and now it's although as though they were standing behind every student every minute of their learning, and it does a replay of how Johnny did their problem and showed their work. And then there's also a mechanism where they can pull up a microphone where they can give feedback to the student. On the student side, they could actually explain to the teacher not only how they got to solve the problem, but also why they were thinking along the lines they were thinking. So you got the holistic view of how the student was learning. That's it. I mean, we are getting closer and closer as to how a human tutor would be supporting the student. And that's how you scale one-to-one personalized learning.
That's so valuable because typically students, I mean, I remember in my upbringing in school, I was more taught what to be thinking versus how to be thinking, right? And becoming a better test taker as opposed to better knowledge absorption. So what's the benefit of knowing what to answer if you don't know how the math actually plays out and how it works? There's really no benefit, because when you try and move into higher education now and maybe into the workforce where you have to apply this knowledge, if you only know what to say and how to test take, it's invaluable, right? This is really alongside of them and making sure they understand how they should be working through these problems. It's remarkable.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the core of the problem, right? So if you just give a student a problem set and then say, go and check A, B, C, or D, what are they doing? They're on Snapchat, they're exchanging the answers. And the teacher's thinking that, all the kids are doing well. They have no clue whether the students are learning or not. This actually empowers the students. It just, now they are empowered to show they are required, but they're like, well, somebody's going to see how I was thinking, and they now take ownership. So, and how does that help? Like you were saying, it helps with the retention. It helps with the application of it. And how does that translate? It translates to better outcomes. Okay, not just on the test. Well, tests are important because that benchmarks how we are doing as a society. But, what are the kids going to do? How are they going to go and apply that in their industry or their job or something like
Right,
that? So
right.
I think this has long-term benefits that we are not even talking about here, right? So that's what we have created. We didn't stop with just the platform. We wanted another product that can be much easily incorporated into the school system by addressing a very big problem, which is foundational math, right? So and we call it number sense. It's got huge amounts of research behind it that if you can get, it's one of the most important mathematical disciplines in the entire K-12. So we took that seriously. There's research from Stanford. There's a huge body of research that's been done. We took it and gamified it. We made it extremely interactive. We were nominated for Apple Design Award with what we have done over here with the
That's awesome.
experience. And then we also introduced spatial reasoning into it. And there was a huge body of research that says once you incorporate spatial reasoning with critical thinking with the math development accelerates, significantly. And so that's what we have done. We can run competitions with this. It's a 15-minute a day. The numbers that you're seeing, I don't know if it's big enough. We just activated a school district with 25 schools, about 2,500 students. It's a charter school in Texas, charter school system in Texas. And we activated them in January. In 2 months, the students have solved 1.6 million problems. And
Holy
guess what? Their outcomes are already showing with their benchmark testing, they are doing double-digit growth from what they were last year. And then here's the one piece of data. We wanted to actually see in March, we said, why don't we actually take a look at, what the kids are doing during spring break? Guess what? The kids were working. There was activity. There was a spike.
Well, because
So,
you've gamified this. You've gamified it to the extent where kids want to do the work.
and there's a competition going on at a district level. So kids are competing. So they love competing. And it's they are getting better. They are gaining confidence with their math abilities, and it's showing in their academics, and so the teachers are happy, the administrators are happy, parents are happy. So, and that's what we have. That's also something that, so the number sense is in growth stage right now, right? We are ready to run. We are ready to scale both here and also globally. And also we did a testing on a B2C model. We did it as a freemium that we went and actually put it and got some good coverage from a app store reviewers in London. We have downloads from more than 25 countries right now.
Wow, that is amazing.
So there's an opportunity to scale that as well. So yeah.
Ramesh, can I click on this demo here? Okay, it is working. All right.
Oh, okay.
So am I able to click on this here? Is that what you'd like me to
You can just click on just the one on the right. So the first one is a marketing video, and it's on our website for anybody who wants to do it.
This is the demo here.
And there's voiceover on it. I don't know if you can hear it. Basically, what you're seeing is a way by which these robot experiences are being assembled and put together and published, and then it's getting distributed to the students one at a time. Students are showing their work. Everything is getting captured here, and the mechanism at the bottom of over there is a multiple choice. So now what you're doing is you're capturing their work, and you're also grading and making the grading process automated, and also you're giving the feedback to the students right there. And then here's the bot assisted learning. I don't have the bot in the bot would be sitting there and actually talking to the kids, but this is guided tutoring. They're going step by step and the bot's assisting them. And then here's where the teachers are going in, looking at the analytics at the class level and student level. And there's the replay mechanism. They get into one of the students' backpack and it sits there and shows it. And now the teachers can pinpoint it, and then they can give feedback. They can get them to learn exactly where they went off track.
That's fantastic.
So this is just a small, clip of in terms of some of the capabilities, but there's a lot of different types of mechanisms to make the whole learning experience more interactive and more engaging.
That's absolutely incredible. And what I think a lot of people don't think about is, let's talk about some third world countries a second, right? Like Mexico, our neighbor, right? And how if they're coming into our country and they haven't had a standard of education that is at the same level of ours, how that can bring down some national testing scores and things like that. I remember living in New York and there was an earthquake in Haiti and we had a massive influx of Haitians where unfortunately the education level wasn't there. This can help, bring that up, and teachers can load that, and there's not this, concern of what that's going to look like for the challenges with language barriers. And it's because math is its own language, right? So, if you're showing them that, let me bring that back up here. Oh, for whatever reason, you're not popping back. Here it is. There we go. Okay. So we were at slide out here. Right here. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think this is a universal problem, and the good thing is we are not building a product that is curriculum specific. This is curriculum agnostic. This is language agnostic. This is almost like, going out and starting to build Microsoft Office. I'm just oversimplifying it from scratch, and being able to build in the delivery capabilities and the personalization, and it's a lot smarter. But from a capability comparison, you will see that in our competition slide. But it's making it universal like that, and also why Mexico? I mean, we have this huge problem even in our country that. A couple of things happened recently. One is the Texas Education Agency came to know about us, and last week I had a meeting with the deputy commissioner to say, hey, can you upload the Texas curriculum so all the schools inside Texas, the remote schools, the smaller schools, we have more than 1,000 school districts here in Texas, and they can all have this kind of capability, right? And then also I've been looking out for some of this national level initiatives, and I'm in some of the mailing lists, and I got contacted by the Institute of Education Sciences, and they give a $4 million grant for building AI into some of these topics that are of national interest, and education has become one of the primary ones. And also discussions with Gates Foundation that is looking to, address this problem, not only at a national level, at a global level. So there's that opportunity, but it's a distribution issue. How do we stepwise, go into these different markets and do that? And we've already started testing 3 different markets. One of them is UAE. India is a huge market, which is starting to get digitized. The education is getting digitized, some segments of it, and also South America. So these are going to be our initial target markets, and we're not going in there by ourselves. We either work with one of the large education institutions over there. The ones we are going to be working with is got 700,000 students, and also supplemental education is big. So those are the 2 areas we are going to tackle. And it's not like Uber. We are not going to go and set up shop in every one of these countries. We are going to be working with partners who have deep knowledge about those markets, and they also already have an education delivery mechanism, either online or brick and mortar. We'll be working with them to scale our solutions there. And some of the success stories, some of this is just a small piece of data with Arlington ISD, which is in our backyard here in the Dallas Metroplex. We were funded by General Motors Foundation. And in 1 year, this was a low performing school with only 62% pass rate. We took them to 89% in 1 year with their pass rate.
Absolutely incredible. You look at the competitive landscape here, and what I think you're doing is a cut above. Can you talk about this here?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't want people to think that I'm going to go head to head with Google or Microsoft, whereas we are actually partnering with a lot of them, as you would have seen in the other traction slide with our partners. Samsung, Intel, Microsoft, these are all strategic partners now, giving go-to-market support, Samsung bundling our apps into their tablets, education tablets, and we are looking to scale globally through their distribution channels. But here, I want to point out that this is a capability competition, right? Where is the capability there right now? And if you look at the bottom left, that's the static documents, right? So PDFs, videos, and Office and Google Docs, which is the primary digital media that's available to students right now. And then on the right side, you see sort of the first generation of the learning management systems, the Blackboards of the world, the Canvas, the Schoology. And these are all multi-billion-dollar companies now, right? So they're not small companies, but they started about 20, 25 years ago. And the mechanism that they still support, they focused primarily on the efficiencies between the collaboration. And what we have been able to do is sit side by side with them and bring in this whole effectiveness and experiences that's focused on outcomes, right? And then there are these first generation engagement tools. Kahoot is a multiple choice question generator, quiz generator, and it's a multi-billion dollar company. Nearpod is another company that just has mostly multiple choice questions and maybe some multiple choice questions in videos, and they were acquired for $650 million last year by Renaissance Learning. And so if you look at the top left, that is probably the closest in terms of capabilities, okay? And that is human tutoring. So if you look at how do you get one-on-one personalized training, but it's completely manual. So you're going to have the discrepancies between one tutor versus another teacher, another tutor. So, but those are some of the inherent issues, but it's not scalable. It's not affordable. It's very expensive. But those are the companies that are actually doing very well right now because there are hundreds of millions of dollars going into this tutoring sector. Paper just raised $270 million at a $1 billion valuation. So anyway, that's the other sector which compares closely. Amira is very, very interesting because they are one of the first bots that has been approved as a Texas Education Agency approved tutor. What that means is the state agency has approved and said, here's a bot that is, that the schools can use to tutor their kids. It's a virtual bot. So, but it's a reading bot. It's a custom built bot. And if you go and ask them, they say they have an R&D of 40 years in Carnegie Mellon. And they've spent so much resources to bring that bot to life and bring it, to commercialize it. Well, we are the only bot that's out there that is able to bring these bots to life in a very short period of time and also make it democratized and make it scalable and affordable.
That makes a lot of sense. We'll have to run through these next slides quickly.
Let's go quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So these industries that you're serving.
Yeah, I'm just saying that our focus is squarely on K-12. We already got an interest in, higher education from other countries even. So that could be an adjacent market that we would go after. Supplemental education, we've already gotten interest. There's opportunities in corporate training. There was there was someone in financial, the financial industry and healthcare industry that have already contacted us. So in the last 4 months, the technology that we have developed is in such a way that we can actually help embed bots into these online providers' web pages. They don't have to use our backpack, and so that makes it enormous. It's almost like embedding a chat bot into these pages in whichever lesson they want these kind of personalized learning support. So that is what is going to really help scale and accelerate the adoption in all these different industries. Again, we're not going to go and develop one industry at a time. There's going to be system integrators. There's going to be people who are already providing these kind of courses that we are going to be working with.
Sure.
It's a huge market. I mean, I'm not even sure if I'm doing justice to some of this, but this is based out of, but our focus is going to be, squarely on some of this, these tutoring opportunities, the schools that are ready to take some of this bot assisted learning and doing it at a state level. So there's a pull mechanism in terms of how the school districts can come and sign up and start using it. It's also, the plan is to get the states to subsidize it for the first 2 years using the money that the federal government is providing them. And these are the 4 products out there. I want to, the 3 that you're seeing over here in terms of the Nomadix and the bot engine and the gamified micro platform. The gamified micro learning is very interesting because it's bite-sized learning. It's very apt for enterprise, and we have bot assisted in that. So what we have done is we have essentially created a technology that can be commonly used across these 3 products. Okay, it's not 3 different products, but we have made it such that it's attractive for publishers, it's attractive for school districts, it's attractive for state agencies, and it's also attractive for enterprises. But the NumberSense is the standalone product, and that's merely to show that what the power of bot-assisted interactive learning is, and it can be, it's being used in school districts, and also we have a freemium model for that. All of these are some sort of a SaaS model, and it's priced at per student per year. And this is merely to show some of the companies that have already taken advantage of this kind of a B2B learning delivery model. The RPA industry is also an adjacent one. We don't compete with it, but these are some of the exits that has happened over the last few years, and we have the opportunity to lead this whole next generation bot-assisted learning platform space, and capture a piece of the share of the $250 billion market.
Love it, and love the ask that you have here. We're doing $2 million pre-seed round in Safe Notes, and what I see is you have aggressive scalability, and you're showing conservative numbers because this is all SaaS based. So why don't you talk a little bit about what this is going to look like here in the coming months?
Yeah, so there's the first year is going to be, we are going to go into 1 more country, and then in the second year we are going to go into total of 4 countries, and then the scaling is going to be at a state by state level. Not that we are not going to be working individually with school districts. We currently have Dallas ISD as one of our customers, so we'll end up scaling them. So I think there's a huge multiple dimensions by which we can be scaling our footprint here. And also we are in discussions with one of the largest science and math publishers, which has 100 million students user base right now. So there's a couple of opportunities to resell the NumberSense and also to embed the bots into their curriculum. So we have scalability in multiple dimensions here, and the use of funds is going to be focused primarily on expanding the sales, marketing, and the customer success, and also want to focus really on the product evolution that's going to happen as we are finding the product market fit. Okay, and that could be slightly different for the slightly different markets that we are going to address, but we are going to be spending some resources on that, and also the global delivery model. We already have one patent approved, so we are going to be filing more patents.
And I know that you have some big name partners and probably some that you can't mention, but there are some immediate opportunities that you want to be able to leverage and capture. And for that, for the first, I believe we discussed $300,000. You're doing a warrant kicker on there, which if any investors have any specific questions for that, we can run through that. And Ramesh can explain that. But this is exciting, where the company can go with a very little amount of money and scale on the financial side. So looking forward to having that conversation with investors. We can run through the financials on that. Any final words, Ramesh, before
just if you can just put the final slide that kind of sums everything up that we discussed. So we are going to be defining this new category, guys. So it's not learning management system. It's not learning engagement system. It's the next generation that's going to come about, and that's going to be focused on AI and interactivity. And then the market size is phenomenally huge. And then we have already a very committed and strong, passionate team that has been with us for several years. And we've been building the team. We are going to be growing that. And also the IP is defensible. And with the channels and everything, there's going to be a network advantage. Just imagine one of the publishers embedding these bots into their curriculum, and it shows up in the school district, and it's going to be in just math. And then the science teacher is going to look and say, why can't I have bots support for my science lessons? And now the chief academic officer or CIO of the school district is going to call us and say, hey, how can we actually have this capability? So there's that kind of a network effect over there. And then above all, this is a dual objective investment. One is there's a huge market opportunity. There's also the opportunity to impact the lives of billions of people around the world.
It's absolutely incredible what you've been able to build, and it's an honor to be partnered with you on that, to help with what's happening or what happened with education here over the last couple of years. And you're going to help close that gap and get that ramp up again. So congratulations, Ramesh. Give him a round of applause.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Ken, thank you so much. Let me close it. I started with my mother. Let me close it with my mother. Single woman. She was a high school math teacher. She became a principal, and she retired as a superintendent of Chennai, which is one of the largest cities. And she was responsible for the education of 2.5 million kids a year.
Wow.
So this is my way of
honoring her legacy.
Honoring her. She passed away last year, and so this has been my life mission for the last 7 years.
Wow, that is amazing. Thank you for that. That is so cool that you're able to honor her, the legacy of this, and what she's done with that mission. And so excited for you, Ramesh. This is absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Great job.
Thanks so much, everyone.
All right. Up next, we've got Chris Webb. Let's go ahead and spotlight him. Chris, I think what you can help with our planet with your technology is absolutely incredible. I love the ocean, number one. I was just down there visiting my parents, and I was thinking of you as I looked at all these mussels that were grabbing onto structures and whatever those clams and stuff. I was down in Miami and visiting my parents with my daughter, and a project like yours can just help change the trajectory of where things are going with seafood. And without further ado, Chris, why don't you go ahead and explain to the investor audience that's present with us here and watching on YouTube what you can do with AI technologies.
Yeah, I don't know where to start. I've seemed to have an issue with my Zoom. It won't let me in, Dan. It's saying I need to share my screen when I go in, open Sheen preferences. And how do
let me see if I can help out here. Zoom has been really buggy. You may not have updated it. So what ends up happening is when you interact with people that don't have an updated version, it becomes complicated. but that's okay, because guess what? I've got your deck right here. So I'm going to pull that up and we can walk through that. No problem. This is the what ends up happening with doing things live, right?
Yeah, so let me talk while you're doing that.
I believe I've got it right here. Yes.
Yeah, we call our technology Autodive. We're in the ocean. What do we do in the ocean? It's about aquaculture. It's about a market, a production capability in the US that should be $100 million. But what do? We import it. We import 90%, 95% of our seafood. Why is seafood important? It's the fastest world growth market for food. It's about how we protect that industry and how we help it grow. And this is broadly my story today. We call our product Autodive. It's a depth control engine. So what's the depth control engine? We like to call it our Model T Ford of the ocean. We can move structures of any scale up and down the ocean very slowly as required. And hence the analogy of a Model T Ford.
Love that analogy. Can you see my screen, by the way, Chris? No? Oh, here I
It's just blank. It's just a dead screen.
Let's see why Zoom is doing that. Let me go here.
So I should have updated my Zoom to be able to play.
How about now? How about now?
Yeah, that goes. Is that at the beginning or like the slide at the end? Okay, so we're about very much safe, healthy, sustainable seafood, aquaculture. Next slide, please. This is a wonderful message from Jacques Cousteau. I've been an avid scuba diver most of my life, and the one that he brought to the ocean is just the quality of what he did and the work he did is just quite incredible. So I just share that with you. Next slide, please. So what's the problem? What's the real problem in the seafood industry? It's all about how the farmers actually manage their business and the processes they use to do it. The way we do it in America hasn't changed in 100 years. Today, off the coast of Mississippi, where I'm based, the farmers go out and they grow their oysters in cages. And they go out every day, and what they do as part of a cleansing biofouling process, they flip the cages manually. They either jump in the water and do that manually, or they do it from a boat. What's the problem with that? It's all about money, cost of going out there. It's about energy, and there's a lot of industries problems. So we've got a technology which is going to transform that industry. This industry, you don't feed the animal, it feeds itself. An oyster can consume and filter 50 gallons, just think of this, 50 gallons a day in cleansing the water. They're actually environmentally the most environmentally friendly, lowest carbon footprint of any food source, anywhere in the world. Because basically they just cleanse rather than damage the environment. The process they use, this regular thing of biofouling the oysters and also their equipment they use, is a key process that they do. To take an oyster to market, the cost of going to market is about 80% of the total cost, the labor cost, the travel cost of the go-to-market costs. We've identified with the farmer trials we've done already this year that we can save over 50% of their operating expenses. So just think about that for a minute, 50% of operation expenses. It's unheard of in some industries. It's about how technology, the right technology at the right time can make that difference. And next slide, please. This just shows the scale of the market. The food we eat is about a $400 billion market. How much of that is seafood? Very, very little. We import what we do consume. It's also at the moment one of the fastest growing markets in the US. Next slide, please. Here's some of the early work we did 2 years ago. And you can see the situation there where the guy physically goes in the water and flips the cages. With our technology, we don't do that. You have a handheld terminal and we just move it up and down. We do that with technology we developed many years ago for scuba divers.
Yeah, the other problem I see there, Chris, is I see a shadow of a bull shark behind that guy.
yeah. And the injuries, I couldn't believe it. I was to a conference in North Carolina, which is a whole new experience for me coming from Europe, obviously. The injuries, quite frighteningly, are very, very prevalent in this industry. It's quite frightening. It's the way the industry hasn't changed in such a long while. Next slide, please. It's also important to say that of these cages that oysters are growing in, there are 2 million of these cages deployed. So what we plan to do is make available a cage, a total package, we call it a turnkey package of our hardware, which you see there, a bit of electronics, a bit of hardware and some clever software. And if you look carefully, we're allowed to connect 7 sensors to this unit. So we can monitor the environment and respond to situations. What do oysters like? They like a fairly stable temperature.
Huh. Somebody's alarm's going off in their office.
This wonders of going live. We've identified 3 markets for our technology. We've received funding from this federal government to build out our oyster project.
Hang on 1 second, Chris. You want to try and resolve that first, because that's ear piercing. Maybe somebody burnt the popcorn in your office there in the microwave. Been there, done that. That's the exciting thing about doing things live, is you get situations like this.
Yeah, Ezzy, I want to add, this is Duncan. In mine, the family went out of town and I thought, oh, great. And they called repeatedly during my thing.
That's okay. Like I prefaced before we kick things off, this is a safe place. Thankfully, we're connected with some remarkable investors that have an interest in the heart of the matter, not if there's a flub up on a pitch presentation. All the content's there. They're not judging you on an acting career. They're judging you on the merits of your company. So that's just fine. I do want to remind, let's see, up next is going to be Mike Verdun and his group, Catalyst. I believe, Will, you'll be taking care of that. And then after that, you'll go, Doug, and we'll go with our closing remarks here. So we're coming to the 10-yard line here. All right, I can't unmute you, Chris. You'll have to unmute.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No problem. No
Yeah, I'm
problem.
back here now, and we're raring to go to tell you the full story.
So was I right that somebody burned the popcorn in the microwave?
Something like that, yeah.
No problem. Do you see my screen again?
Yeah, so we're focusing on 3 markets. First market is oyster cages, and there are 2 million of those deployed around the US. This is a $700 million market. This is a very big market opportunity for us. We've also been approached by the USDA to deploy our technology in a mussel platform. This is a 50-foot by 50-foot platform, and the farmers grow mussels on ropes and kelp up in New England and in Washington State. This again is a big market for us. We've also been approached by the Department of Energy to build a control system for a rig to grow seaweed as a biofuel. You can convert it to ethylene. So as we transition away from traditional fossil fuel sources, we're providing the enabling solution to enable us to do this on scale. Next slide, please. Here again, I've talked about the scale and size of the markets. These are billion-dollar markets. They're very exciting for us. Next slide, please. We're building models for how we go to market. We're talking to investors currently, and I've been out taking orders with our customers in Mississippi. In Mississippi, the state of Mississippi is growing the oyster concessions from 20 farmers up to 400. This is a really major expansion. The farmers say they want three things. They want to be able to automate this regular activity called biofouling or desiccation. And they want to, when a storm comes in and hurricanes, which happens in Mississippi, they want to be able to go down to the ocean floor. It's the only place to be. So we've taken orders for our product. We're going to do trials this year. We're going to market in scale next year. The orders I've taken already, just over this last 2 weeks, I've got $10 million order book already.
Wow, that's incredible. Congratulations, Chris.
Why is it $10 million? Because it's a series of orders over a number of years. What we're doing, we're going to deploy units with our farmers this year. If they're very happy with those units, we're then going to provide them with 100 units next year. Most of the farmers actually replace their equipment 25% every year. So we latch into their normal cycle. The next year they order enough to complete 25% of their configuration and then scale up over 5 years. So every customer we sign up, it's not just one order, it's an order over 5 or 6 years. So this business scales up exponentially.
That's awesome.
Next slide, please. We've got a really strong team. Obviously, I'm from Europe, but I found people who are used to scaling companies that grow very fast. The way this company scales up is exponential. Dan, who may have been on the call earlier, and Zizi have been helping us with our planning, particularly our financial model. The financial model is really exciting. I'd love to share this with any of you who'd like to see it and talk you through it. It shows how quite uniquely with our subscription model, business scales up very fast with this 4 or 5 year order cycle. All the people we brought into the business are US people experienced in this market and understand growth markets. We've got investors with multiple exits. We've got 2 directors who have been directors of public listed companies. We do like the idea of listing on the markets. I've been a director of a public listed company in Europe. We see that as a potential exit. Next slide, please. We've got key partners. We work very closely with universities, particularly University of Southern Mississippi, University of New Hampshire. It's very much a US business opportunity, but the bigger story is the global opportunities. We've been approached by farmers in Norway and Scotland to help them with a particular problem. We're on discussions with an investment company in Holland, in Amsterdam. And with only this week talking to an investor in the Middle East. The Middle East are getting very excited as an alternative to oil to actually look at where they've got a coastline is to go into seafood. So it's not just a US business, it's a global business. Next slide, please. In discussions with various funding agencies, particularly the federal government, we're looking to put a package together to use funding to build the infrastructure. Apparently, the nature of the market in Mississippi is that it's an area of seen of importance for development. We're about to close a deal where we would get substantial funding from federal money, but they require us to take $2 million into our company in the form of equity. So although we originally did look at a safe note, we're now looking for a $2 million investment in equity in our company. I've also got a lead investor on board who would very much look like to meet a partner to join that. He's happy in principle to go up to 1 million. So I'm looking for $1 million equity round. As I say, we've identified the people who can help us there to do it. We're in the process of doing due diligence with them. We built a model of what the impact it has on the farmers. We need to validate and prove this model. It's basically looking at maybe a 2 times revenue opportunity through redeploying the same staff for run a bigger farm, and something like a 4 times quadrupling EBITDA. This business is totally transforming to an industry. You have in America a wonderful industry, goes back hundreds and hundreds of years. Hard workers willing to work in this environment, and we need to give them the tools to do that, and that's what we do. Next slide, please. So this just is like a finishing slide to hopefully show some interesting pictures, people enjoying oysters and shellfish. So I think that's the last slide.
That's it. So I got some questions for you, Chris. And I'm sure investors want to understand this. You mentioned in your go-to-market strategy, or part of your strategy that's going on right now, you're taking orders locally. Obviously, we have, you mentioned things in the UAE, but right here along the coastlines in the United States, if you're just in Mississippi and there's $10 million in potential ongoing orders there, what's that going to look like as you bleed out into Texas, Louisiana, Florida, you know, and all the coastline there, California?
Yeah, we're building the model. We're looking at the financial model and how it scales up. We're making sure we've got the adequate funding to manage that scale. We're working with military people who are used to putting production footprints on the ground, understanding the need for testing, how we're going to test the equipment, how we're going to build it in scale. I was at a meeting today. We're looking at the different levels, both this year, next year, the following year, and how we do that. We've set up an office in Boston, in Massachusetts, and I've already employed someone there to be our general manager there. We're looking for a general manager on the West Coast as well. And we're very active. We've got a partner in Europe who's very active, both in Canada, where we're looking to set up an office. I'm visiting there later this year. And we're very active in the Middle East and in Central Europe. So it's we have to scale the business. We have to recognize maybe the electronics in America, we build in one location. But for the cages themselves, which can be the size of a large desk, these should be locally produced and assembled. It's complex in a way, but it's quite a simple product. And we've got some excellent advisors helping us plan that. But the European and world dimension is very exciting. Someone came on to me just this last week from the Middle East. The opportunities there are quite incredible.
Yeah, and I have to imagine they are all around the world, and it begs the question, you know, why oysters in particular? And you mentioned the lowest carbon footprint, and yet there are other seafoods, right, that are very valuable that I think this obviously can scale into in the future. Can you talk about some of those other verticals and why right now oysters? I mean, because you see things that are they use oysters and the certain sauces and bases and all the. Can you talk about that for a second? Because I don't think people understand the scale of where oysters can go.
It's a very new and small market relative to, say, the European market. Obviously, I come from Europe, and the oyster industry is so much more bigger, both in places like Belgium, France, and even Switzerland, where I'm from, as well as the UK. It's beginning to develop. They're already seeing significant growth in shellfish. It's not just oysters, it's the whole family, including mussels, which is a really underdeveloped market here. And that has the potential to be as big, if not bigger than oysters. We see a lot of oysters eaten around the coastal areas, but we've noticed the millennials are actually saying to their parents, hey, look, we should stop eating so much meat every day. You should eat seafood at least once or twice a week. We're seeing already, even in COVID, that seafood was a significant growth year on year, where that wasn't true across the market. It's a market that is going to be dominant, and we can lead that. We have to be prepared to move from being an importer to actually have the facility and protect our food sources. We need, as we worry about the world issues, protecting our food source, and this is probably the most important. We've got a solution for clams. We've got a solution for mussels. We're also looking at seaweed. Seaweed is a really interesting market. The impact it could have on, as we transition from fossil fuels, is going to be very dramatic. And people are really getting really excited about what you can cook, how you can use seaweed in its whole variety of different species with very, very different tastes. We're working with a major bank in New York who's sponsoring this industry, and we're working with them in due diligence at the moment to provide additional funding as we go forward.
Excellent job, Chris. I think you're well positioned for a market that's growing and emerging. And this piques a lot of investor interest, I know, because where the future is going to be here with foods and how scalable this can be versus the challenges that we're seeing on dry land. This is a great answer for that. So great job articulating that. Give Chris Webb a
We
round.
don't have to create a market for my product.
Yeah.
All my life I've been working on new products, both in manufacturing, in retail, and also work for a venture capital company. But we don't have to build a market, it's there. If we import it all, why do we do that?
Right.
It's such a wonderful
There's
environment.
obviously demand for it, and we have it right here in our backyard.
Absolutely.
Great job, Chris Webb. All right, give him a round of applause. Up next, we have the gentleman from Catalyst Capital, Mark Husinger and Terry Atson and Will Torbett. You guys have something that's incredible. Dan, can you spotlight each of these gentlemen? Or Will, is it just going to be yourself presenting?
Oh, no, it's a team effort. It's a team effort, Izzy.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So if you can spotlight Mark as well, Dan, that would be great. I was so impressed when I first met you guys with what you're doing here. And what I think is so incredible is you guys are sort of letting people take a peek at what the banking industry really looks like. So this is disruptive and allows people to say, hey, wait a second. I didn't know banks were making that much money. Like, years ago when there was this whole thing, if I can digress just a moment, so you guys understand what can happen with a company like Catalyst Capital and what it can do for consumers and potentially investors that are watching and listening right now. Years ago, remember that whole Wells Fargo debacle where everyone's like, why is Wells Fargo just like fraudulently opening up these bank accounts? Well, what people didn't understand is that, you can leverage with the Fed like a 10x on one bank account. So let's say there's $100 in there, $100 turns into 10 grand. Okay. And that's the loaning power against it. But people didn't understand that. So a lot of people thought it was like, oh, that's just, what is it called? Fake news. They're trying to, slam Wells. No, guys, it's not fake. And these are the gentlemen that understand the technology behind all this. And what they're doing is they're passing this along to the end user. I feel like I'm stealing your thunder, but Terry, why don't you go ahead and introduce the team in this project? You guys are a remarkable bunch of gentlemen that have been in banking and technology, and I'm so excited for investors to hear what you've got going on here.
Well, thanks, Izzy, and thanks for the opportunity. I want to congratulate you. First of all, it's been an amazing program. I feel like I've been through a master's program of ideas and so on. Some wonderful things are going on. So my congratulations to you and your team.
Thank you.
We're extremely pleased and flattered, frankly, to be a part of and be partners with you in our continuing as we progress with.
Oh, losing some of your bandwidth there, Terry. I'm going to stop your video and it might help. I think he's at his cabin in Montana, is he not? Mark, you're on mute. Yeah.
Terry is at his cabin in Montana, so 100%.
So I think a bear that just came out of hibernation just dragged its paw against his cable wire. So you might have to kick things off yourself here, Will and Mark.
Well, I think Mark is eloquent enough to pick up where Terry left off. So,
Mark,
I've been to Terry's. He has a beautiful home up in Big Fork, Montana, and it's you ever get up that way, stop by there. He and his wife Patty are very gracious hosts, and it's a gorgeous place, especially in the summer. Anyway, to digress, when you mentioned Wells Fargo, before we get to the nuts and bolts here, and this is a true story. My daughter-in-law used to run a branch on Hilton Head Island for Wells Fargo. And anyway, and I had another son-in-law who worked, anyway, bottom line is they have the too big to fail banks, the 5 biggies, right? Wells, US, Citicorp, so forth. And this is a true story. They're headquartered out of Minneapolis and San Francisco. Anyway, Wells Fargo went to court one day. They were suing somebody. And it was, they showed up in court, court came in session, and the judge stopped the proceedings after everybody was introduced. And he said, gentlemen, he said, would you approach the bench? And so they did. He said, just wanted to know if you guys realized you're suing each other. So Wells Fargo was suing a subsidiary they owned, and they were so big, they didn't even know that they both belonged to Wells Fargo, and they were in a lawsuit. Now that is just ridiculous, okay? And so anyway, it's always humor. I always get a kick out of that story because it is true. You can look it up. And that they were in court suing themselves and didn't realize it. So that's when you're that big, it's unmanageable, and we're the ones that pay for it.
Yeah.
Same thing with Chase, $80 million a day in friendly fraud. It just it's crazy. But the bottom line is that the consumer is the one that pays for it. And they don't list it like an itemized invoice, but trust me, it's in there. And so to where Catalyst came along is, what we did was, especially with the advent of instantaneous banking, our flavor is cash back, and before Domino's gets to the door. And the question is, how do we do that? Well, we're happy to get into that part of it here in a minute. But basically, what people are beginning to realize, even though they may not be able to articulate it, is that banking, like all institutions, is mainly concerned with its own survival, and if it's at your expense, too bad. And now that doesn't mean all bankers are bad guys. They're not. I have a lot of friends that are bankers, but the end of the day is that it's that old, if it's you or me, it's going to be me. And that's problematic in the sense that with the advent of internet and so forth, the public, we call her affectionately soccer mom. She's a household CFO, and also e-commerce. Effectively, they have the sense that they're getting ripped off. They just don't know how to articulate it. Well, we do, and we did. And so we externalized it into the Leading Edge Club. And what that's about is a membership where, in fact, if you join us either as a consumer and or a e-commerce, and you let us process your transactions, which were in the middle of computer programming, always takes longer and costs more, but that's okay. It'll work. Bottom line is very simple, that before I love Chase Bank commercials that said, make more of what's yours. Very arrogant. I want to make all of what's mine. And they put that on national TV and nobody says anything.
Yeah.
And I see that ad on TV and I go, oh, man. So what we're about is we all got together. Mike and I and Terry have known, but Mark and Will, he's like one of my sons, and he is nationally recognized cryptocurrency speaker. He'll be guest speaking in Atlanta next month. But what we did was we looked through all of the revenue sources and that are going on, that go on 24/7 that nobody really knows about. So what we did was we just externalized it. For example, everybody gives you cash back. And the competition in that is growing. I mean, I just got a deal from Discover. They want to give me 5% cash back. Capital One and so forth. And somebody says, well, how can they do that? Well, most people carry balances on their credit cards. It doesn't matter, Visa, MasterCard, doesn't matter. And if you're a card issuer, you can avail yourself of the credit card receivables trust securities that are paying 18.5%. Well, right now there's about 11 trillion plus dollars sitting. That's $68,000 a second at that rate. And they're kind enough to give you 2% out of 18.5. So we said, we're just going to reverse this, make it a membership, and we're going to pass the benefit back to the people who pay for it and give them a break and educate them as well. And so the idea, the overall 10,000 foot perspective is we call ourselves the wallet of wallets, and it is highly secure. You're encrypted going in, KYC, blockchain going out. Chargebacks, which are the bane of e-commerce, are non-existent because it's basically impenetrable. So you're protected and you get to make all of what's yours. So that was the impetus behind Catalyst Capital. And so that's where we ended up here. The idea being that once somebody understands and sees it, where is the great place to see it? Your bank account. And we allow you to do whatever you wish. You want to buy cryptocurrency, you want to buy German marks, you want to buy euros. It doesn't matter to us because
Terry, when you and I were talking, if I can interject, Mark, when you and I were talking, Terry, I mean, someone has the capacity, literally, like Mark was saying, they order a Domino's pizza, and before it gets to the door, they're already getting cash back on the purchase that they made. Can you expound on that a little bit as we run through the deck that Will has taken us through?
So you can see my screen okay, yeah?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay.
Terry,
Why
can you
don't-
hear me, Terry? Terry, you're on mute. You have no sound there. Go ahead, Will.
Terry, are you back with us? No, okay. Mark,
His audio is out.
oh, that's fine. Mark, why don't we just back up a little bit and just go through the history of the company, what we've created, our executive summary, mission statement, and then I can get into the meat and potatoes like Izzy is asking about. Is that comfortable?
I don't have any audio with Mark either. Zoom.
yeah, I fat fingered it.
There we go.
Yeah, the original impetus to begin with, I've been around for 43 years doing this, and well, not Catalyst, but I grew up in a bank with my grandfather, which is how I gained a lot of this knowledge, and he taught me all the right questions to ask today. Anyway, bottom line is that the original impetus Catalyst was to take these kinds of technologies And usually it's been my experience that the people that are very brilliant in creation are very seldom good marketers. And what they do is borrow money and they finish their process and their cash flow doesn't match their interest due. And so they borrow more money to pay more interest and so forth. I took a page out of the oil industry's book called Royalty Financing, which basically says, we'll buy your technology and we will share in the gross. And that's how this all got started. And so that's where the wallet of wallets, the more pieces of technology we acquired, I went back and said, let's just do it this way, the way we are today. Okay. And it worked. So that's where it originally came from. And cryptocurrencies are just, there's an if they're going to be here, they're here to stay, they're not going anywhere. That's Will's end of the world. And so what we did was we put it into an app, which we were developing, and we put it on a MasterCard debit card rail. MasterCard has 50 million terminals worldwide. We're adding Swiss trusts and so forth, all to give the Inside Edge Club members the same benefit of the 1%. So that's what got this all going, because if you're part of the what we elite, that's great. We're happy for you if you're a big holder at BlackRock, but 98% of the public who struggles every day, and now the current crowd that's going on, the inflation is just unbelievable. We just wanted to turn it back to whence it came. And certainly we're capitalists, everybody has to make a profit, but the spread between 18.5% and 2% seemed a little much for me. And so that's where we ended up here.
And
so
Will,
now,
go
yeah.
ahead. I was going to ask how you.
I'm just going to say, let's get into the meat and potatoes now and keep the excitement going around this conversation. Now, effectively, with Catalyst Capital Holdings, I'm the Chief Marketing Officer. So thank you for having us here. We do appreciate the time. The conversation that you're going to see going forward is going to pivot into our offering. And at the end of the day, as Mark eloquently described, we have the wallet of wallets. This is the end all be all in our estimation, and it is a true industry disruptor when it comes to the payment solutioning space. Did you have any questions, Izzy, before we go forward?
No. I was just going to say how you captured that, and membership with the card and how it connects everything else. I think that's what you're going into.
Yep, 100%. So as Mark said, the offering is the Inside Edge Club. That is a pending trademark with the trademark office. So we're very proud of that branding. Let me see. Okay, this is going forward. So how can you access it? Well, we have our website that's up and running and available. We're also, we also will be featured on the app stores, both Apple and Android. How does it help people? Well, through the process of education, it teaches people that they no longer have to be subject to the debt system that is crippling our country with over $14 trillion in debt now, which is about just under 50% of the national debt. But it also allows them to take ownership of their financial outlook, and they can be reliant on decentralized financial processes as well as centralized financial processes if they choose to do so. Solving the problem, so we're creating an ecosystem of financial independence, and it benefits the overall global financial health of all financial systems of which consumers and merchants operate in collectively. And then the benefits is we're just teaching people how to create their or increase their financial acumen, and that's done through an educational process. When we get down to it, the Inside Edge Club is comprised of 3 products. So we have the encrypted debit card. This is a patent pending encryption in which, as far as I know, it's the highest level of encryption possible based on today's technology. And only 2 people, 2 key components in the process ever see your full 16-digit card number, which adds an extra layer of security and makes it, we can't say 100%, but we can say virtually, your identity is very well protected against identity theft. Then we also, so this, I relate this as the engine to the car, right? And then the car is the smartphone application, which is a mobile wallet. And it's going to be just that. We know that in today's day and age, we have 4 generations of human beings on this planet that rely very heavily on their smartphones. And the most recent 2, if they're not able to do it through their mobile device, we're not going to see a high level of participation. And then kind of an auxiliary focus as well. We have what we have actually referred to as the WANA store, which is an information publishing service that will give you an edge up on the best available information out there, either from an investor perspective, if you have an interest in crypto and or sports wagering. That being said, these are our current business partners. Some of them we do have NDAs and MSAs, so we can't speak to the exact integration at this point in time or what they fulfill within our platform. However, what we can say is all of these partners were strategically selected based on the level of integration that they do provide inside of the wallet. These are our adoption projections. They are very modest and very conservative. However, we do project that the end of, well, I guess we'll have to update this. Basically, our first quarter in business after we go to market, we'll have about 3,300 wallet holders. We'll grow at a rate of about 200% for the first year. And then we project about a 60% growth year over year from there. At the end of 5 years, having 44,000 wallet holders that produce over $1 billion in USD spending annually will be a very strong contention for why our solution would be the one to choose. Now we're going to pivot just briefly into the financial projections, and I'll turn it back over to Mark to cover that.
Okay, just to clarify a couple things. The information is what the overall thing is called actionable data. It's the most valuable thing in the world that has the shortest shelf life. Why is that? Because there's for 2 reasons. There's one, the system that transacts that we're stuck with is called ACH. And if you have a bank account, you use it. There's no exceptions. It belongs to the Fed. It's the reason there's 13,000 cryptocurrencies. Secondly, is that if you can't afford a lifetime subscription to, say, the top newsletter writer, Porter Stansberry, 20 grand, we own all those for life. And you have advantage through the WANA store. If you want to know what the latest betting line out of Vegas is on a, if you like sports betting, you can have that. $5. Okay, it's a la carte. And if you want to know what the best crypto deal going right now is, we'll tell you about that. If you want to know what the big newsletter writers in the markets, stocks, bonds, futures, so forth, what they're up to, we have a proprietary system that we plug in. You can have that. You can have any of it. It's an option. You don't have to have it. It's there if you want it. If you want it, you pay for it. If you don't, you don't. And so we have tried to include everybody and to make the most expensive, most accurate, most sought after information available to soccer mom, which we affectionately call our consumers, and a grandpa, of which I am, as well. The seniors, they're a big market, of course, and to the e-commerce guys. Not, we're not a threat to Walmart, and that's not what this is about. But Mark's Widget Shop, who on the corner, is paying processing fees of 3 and 4% of every $100 he takes in through e-commerce and plastic. We get him down to a point where he gets 100 cents on the dollar. Everybody says, well, how can you do that? Because I said, what we've externalized what's going on. Okay. And we're making it available. Now, do you still have to pay a processing fee? Yeah, you do. But you don't have to pay 4% on an annualized basis. That's the millions of percent return when you take it per transaction. And our basis for the average usage comes from the Federal Reserve. So we're not guessing here. Now, what has happened is that was pre-COVID. After COVID, they printed all this funny money, made it worthless, but it doesn't matter because this is not dependent on the value of the dollar. This is dependent upon the transactions. So we don't care what you buy. We don't care what you use the Inside Edge Club MasterCard debit. We don't care what you do with it or what you pay for it with. That's not what it's about. We've plugged you into the system. So whatever that may be, it's like having a 10% discount going in because banking and money transfers is instantaneous. You pay your phone bill, what does it say? It may take 1 to 2 business days to post. That is pure bullshit. And I'm not given to that, but sometimes you got to call a spade a shovel. It's like my grandfather taught me. But the bottom point of the matter is that somebody said, well, what difference does it make? Well, I'll tell you what, 18.5%, 2 to 3 days, especially if you go across a weekend, that's fine. And you're offering me 2 to 3% cash back. Okay. Thanks. So basically that is our impetus behind it. And we hope to make some money? Oh, of course. But then what we really hope is that, like Chase said on TV, make more of what yours. I'd say, how'd you like to make all of what's yours and have a discount to go with it? So anyway, I'll shut up. And I'm passionate about it only because for 43 years, I've been in that end of the world, and I have seen things change so dramatically, especially with the interjection of the internet and artificial intelligence. And you're paying for it, all of it. And they're not sharing. And they do a little bit, but we said that we think it should be more. And so we're trying to level the playing field. Back to you, Will.
I think we'll go to Izzy, our host. You had some questions about this?
Yeah, Will, as we wrap up here, I think what investors want to understand is the Inside Edge Club being a cashback card. How do we connect this with all the other cards, like I was chatting about earlier, all the other cards that might be in someone's wallet, what that all looks like so that they understand I might be able to swipe with my debit card or rather my Inside Edge Club card, but it's connected to my debit card for the cash or any other card. How does that all work, Will?
Yeah, so 100%. So this technology here which is patent pending that we own via one of our partners. This technology, which essentially encrypts your card, so only the card issuer and the end user see the full 16-digit card number throughout the entire interchange process. That same technology can be applied to any other card that you connect to the wallet. So let's say you don't want to use the Inside Edge Club card, you want to use your Capital One card because of maybe you're getting frequent flyer miles or something like that. You can encrypt that Capital One card with our applied technology, and you're going to get all the same benefits as if you had the Inside Edge Club card.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
And so
100%.
it's not Inside Edge that's giving me credit, it's debit against what's available to my cards or my cash.
Well, the beautiful thing about once you link the card up with the wallet, we have integrations that are going to allow you to link your bank account. You can do, if you're a W-2 employee, you can direct deposit directly onto the card, and that'll connect and fund your wallet. Inside of the wallet, we're making it very simplistic to be able to move if you have an aspiration to learn more about cryptocurrencies, to be able to move from the fiat dollar side into the cryptocurrency side, interact with all the great things that are out there right now in the blockchain and cryptocurrency space, including decentralized finance and NFTs. And then if you get to a point where you need some liquidity back, that same process that you came in through will allow you to offboard back into fiat dollars as well.
So let's give a use case example. I buy something with a card that I have that's giving me 3 to 5% back. I spend $100, I get $3 to $5 back. With the Inside Edge Club, give me an example. I spend $100. What could I potentially see back?
Well, we're still under evaluation, and Mark, if you want to take this, you can, but what we're currently evaluating is to be above the market, the current market rates. We found in our research that right now, even the best cryptocurrency wallet out there is giving you 6.7% crypto back on all your purchases. So we're going to be somewhere between the 7 to 10% on the reward side of it for the internal rewards. Now, I do need to qualify that. That will be participation inside of our closed loop system, and it will be based on qualified merchants as well. The other integration that we're doing is there's to cover the big box brands, because we're so focused on the small mom and pop merchants to build our own internal network. There will be an integration with the big box brands where you can access rebates from, say, like Macy's, Walgreens, Walmart, Best Buy, on and on down the list.
Okay, let me expand a little. Basically, it's 10%. And somebody said, wow. And I said, well, and if you want, we can go through it line by line. That's not a problem. But at the end of the day, okay, the other thing is that it's also, you can transmit money back and forth, B2B, consumer to consumer, business to consumer, and so forth. And if it doesn't matter where you are, if you're in France and I'm in Denver, and my grandson needs a couple $100 to get down the road, and he would have one of these debit cards, I can go in because it's a closed loop system. And I can go in and go click, and I'm in Denver, he's in Paris. He has that money available to him within seconds. Okay. The other thing is that we are in the process of adding a Swiss trust, which has the internet, what's called the International Banking PIN, which is the Visa every Visa MasterCard transaction worldwide goes through this exchange. There are no exceptions, and we become a part of that. And so if you are, depending upon your individual situation, you want a Swiss bank account? Okay. So we're trying to make all the things that are available to the 1% that you can't afford to pay for available. And we're happy to sit down with some qualified people and literally itemize it penny by penny. The other thing is that when the money you spend through our Inside Edge Club card, you also start to accumulate points. And I can never, Will, you have to help me out with the name, but the bottom line is that as those points accumulate, and everybody is in the store of stores, basically. I mean, we're talking Macy's, Target, Yamaha, whatever, Nike tennis shoes. As your volume increases, your points increase, and at some point you want that $100 pair of tennis shoes from New Balance. Well, cash in your points and go get it. That's just a side benefit. So basically, what we're trying to do is just level the playing field, which I think we've done. Because I have been blessed. I've grown up affluent, and I understand what that means. But a lot of people I saw that they struggle, and there's no reason for them to have to do that. Could we solve everybody's problems? No. Are we going to make a profit? Absolutely. And are we entitled to it if we expand your purchasing power by 10%? I think so. And so that's just where we are. I mean, I learned this from somebody said, where'd you get the knowledge? It's accident of birth. So I'm thankful I showed up where I did.
Well, we're just over on time a bit here, so I'd like to finish up with the offer here. So Terry, I don't know if your audio is back, but
yeah, I think it is. I really apologize.
There he is.
Yeah, no problem.
I just spent a whole bunch of money getting a new system in here yesterday, and it failed me on my very first attempt. I apologize.
No problem. I just wanted to confirm what we're offering here. You guys are in the process of raising capital, and why don't you walk through what that looks like, Terry?
Yeah, we're offering a $500,000 in a convertible note, and we've got other financing activities going on. But that's basically. Don't we have a slide for that, Will? Thought we did, but if not,
no, we don't have a slide for that in this deck. Sorry, Terry.
Oh, okay, no problem. So that's basically what we're offering right now, and we really appreciate your help, Izzy, in this whole matter.
Yeah, so let me summarize what's happening here. Right now, the company is doing a $500,000 million bridge. They do have some active investor opportunities going on with some other entities and capitalizing the company in that regard. If you're interested in learning more of the terms of that deal, we can put you in connection with the Catalyst Capital team. But what I want to make sure doesn't get lost in the sauce is you guys have built the technology that can have this particular card connect to all my other, let's just call my card a wallet, connect to all my other financial platforms, from a Discover, Amex, to a ACH, to whatever is available, and connect through that one platform, and then receive a much richer benefit because of all the points that are truly available on the back end in banking. At the end of the day, that's what this boils down to. Where literally, from what Mark is saying, I can spend $100 and get $10 for that versus someone giving me back $3, or what I call at the pump full points, or other people call them fuel points. I call them full points, right? Because you really can't, utilize them unless you utilize them that month, and you're spending hundreds, if not thousands of dollars to get a few cents off a gallon. This is really tangible dollars. Like you said, Mark, I can go into a Nike store and say, oh, you know what? Very similar to my Apple card. Here's cash here. I want to use the cash from that was generated, but you guys are doing it at such a higher level. So I wanted to make sure that thought was clear, and to recognize that once you guys get fully capitalized here, it scales quickly. So the valuation of the company is going to go up exponentially. I'd love to have any offline conversation with connecting you folks to the investor audience that's listening on YouTube or right here in the room today. But if there's not any other questions or anything, we're going to move on. We're running a little behind schedule. Terry, you've pulled together an incredible crew. Mark, appreciate all of your banking knowledge, and Will, what you're doing with the technology is absolutely remarkable.
Thank you, Izzy. Thanks for having us.
Thanks, Izzy. Appreciate your time.
You got it. All right.
Thank you, Izzy.
Yes, my pleasure. Doug Slattery, you're on deck, brother. Cyborg technology, securing your borders. Talk about something that is necessary today. I've got all these different type. In fact, I just recently connected a different type of thermostat and all that. So all these things that connect buildings and homes, you figured out the puzzle, if you will, with your technology, Doug. And I've been so impressed with you since day one and what you've built and the customers that you're attracting. Without further ado, everybody, would you help me welcome our final speaker, Doug Slattery of CyberTech. You're on, Doug.
All right, thanks, Izzy. Can you guys hear me okay?
I hear you great, brother.
Awesome. Yeah, before wanting to get started, I just wanted to kind of call out real quickly that it was this time last week, I was pitching at a Veterans Business Bureau or Veterans Business Battle competition down at Rice University in Houston. And one of the key speakers, and by the way, I'm a veteran myself, and that's one of the qualifications you need to compete in that event. We actually made it to the semifinals. But one of the keynote speakers mentioned as a takeaway that veteran entrepreneurs typically make better entrepreneurs and are more successful due to the skills, the training, and the discipline that they received throughout their military service life. And so that was kind of encouraging, a good note, and a chance for a few days to hang out with some old friends and comrades from the military. But jumping right into things with what we do at CyberTech, my background is in tech. I've been passionate about technology since I was a kid. I think that was inspired by my parents, who worked on the Apollo space program back in the 60s. And actually got to go see one of the moon launches down in Cape Canaveral, Florida, about 1970. And I'll never forget that experience. It's much, much different seeing it live in person than on TV. But I think that fueled and inspired my passion towards technology. My military career was a short 5 years spent in the U.S. Air Force, where I ended up on Pacific Air Force headquarters at Hickam in Honolulu on a special assignment to work on computer systems over there. So once I was honorably discharged, I continued my career in technology and had worked on many projects spanning many industries, including aerospace and fintech. Before I left the workforce about 4 years ago to pursue CyberTech full time. Now, the problem that we solve at CyberTech has to do with traditional building automation systems, smart home, smart city, smart communities, and what traditional technology has not been able to fulfill to set the bar for what the smart digital citizen rolling into the future is going to look like. And so talking a little bit about building automation systems, they've been around for quite some time, decades, in fact. And the problem is they typically consist of disjointed systems that are provided by multiple vendors. There's a lot of customization, ends up being costly, extra manpower, that are also vulnerable to cybersecurity attacks. Now, CyberTech has solved this problem by combining these different systems along with intelligent video surveillance onto a single platform, making it available to businesses of any size. conference rooms, office spaces, retail, hospitality, hair salons, senior living centers, and more that are equipped with smart technology devices in the cyber platform can be monitored and controlled by building occupants and managements through one app, the Cyber app, which is available for your mobile, PC, Mac, and tablet devices. Now, building occupants using the Cyber mobile app can monitor and control smart home creature comfort technology in the spaces they work at every day. Where building management, engineering, and security personnel monitor common areas with the desktop app, which is rich in features to give these professionals better tools to protect the building occupants and its assets. Secure data and video analytics visualization tools in the Cyber web app in the form of a graphical, intuitive user interface provide additional information in real time when it's needed, where it's needed, to help further prevent occupational disruptions or improve efficiencies. All this is done with next generation technology that's powered by Cyborg. I can see many of you look intrigued, and that's a common reaction that we get. Take another look at it from a different way on how we got started. Let me introduce my wife, Anna. Anna is a professional in the hair industry, and she was personally trained by Vidal Sassoon when she was getting started in her career. Now, in her salon, she had stylists that were coming and going at all different hours of the day. And she didn't want to have to keep running back and forth to the salon or asking me to run back and forth to the salon to make sure the lights were off, the doors were locked, and the building was secure. Tech support to the rescue. Built a first prototype that would help automate her salon. And when we had that up and running, I also started using it at our home. And I could start to see the value of being able to monitor her business, her salon, and our home at the same time from one app, the Cyber app. And so with that experience, I started to see how the vision of how this technology could unfold and be used in different applications. So smart business, smart building, smart city, smart community, HOAs, gated communities, even smart homes, setting the bar, like I mentioned, for expectations of the smart digital citizen. Looking at this a different way of where it could be used. On this slide, there's a lot of different use cases. I'm not going to go through all of them, but basically it boils down to any building that runs on electricity could benefit from technology from Cyborg. Now, I spoke with a bunch of people about my idea, and they really liked it. They liked about only needing one app to control their smart devices from, it not being cloud-based. Many people have reported problems that are inherent in cloud-dependent devices. Even companies like Wink and recently Insteon have seen a downtrend with their cloud-based solutions. Now, I'm not bashing the cloud at all. It does have its use cases, but it doesn't make sense to control an ecosystem of smart devices through the cloud. It's kind of like having an iced tea. If you're going to get an iced tea, you're going to go to your refrigerator, right? So that's where our solution is, rather than a cloud solution would be catching a taxi to go catch public transportation, going downtown to a coffee shop to get your iced tea and come back. That just doesn't make sense. So that's an analogy of the solution and the value that our approach brings to smart technology. But looking at the market size, what we have identified is that in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, where we are, it has a population of about 7.5 million people, according to the US Census Bureau. But also there's 90,000 commercial facilities in the Metroplex in DFW, where we are, and pointing out that the B2B market, small businesses and government, is where we're initially focusing our marketing and sales efforts. But that market, addressable market, represents 225 million just in Dallas-Fort Worth. Now you start spiraling out nationally, and that market rapidly grows to $37 billion. And that represents about half of the global market. And also this market is growing at roughly 20% CAGR year over year. And one thing I want to point out that makes this market more lucrative for our technology is that in 2021, last year, there was an increase in demand of 20% for electronic security services and products over 2020. We can see how the market is just really starting to take off. The competition around what we're doing The smart business, smart building, smart communities where we're initially focusing on. Like I mentioned, it's a lot of customization in the smart building, smart business. Smart communities are typically using traditional video surveillance, where our solution provides a lot more with tracking license plates on vehicles, for instance, or additional value, providing people detection in pools. So we reduce the false alarms for motion detection on video surveillance systems. Smart city is still kind of an emerging technology. Just a few areas in the country that are starting to explore what that is going to look like. And we are positioning ourselves to be a competitor, a contender in that market once our technology evolves to that point. The competitive advantages that we have with our technology is the scalability. Like I mentioned at the beginning, being able to monitor and a salon and our home at the same time. You know, they're just a 20-minute drive from our home to the salon, and it's not going through the cloud. It's going directly, the connections for those two systems just go directly from our home to her salon without that extra travel time between those two locations. But being able to connect multiple geographically distributed locations and still being able to monitor them through just one app is one value around the scalability that we provide. I briefly mentioned being cloud free. The cloud kind of increases the cybersecurity, what they call the attack service, or there's an increased risk with cloud-based services of cybersecurity attacks. Also, the intelligent smart video and smart device interoperability that we offer provides more comprehensive data for analytical purposes around the operational efficiencies and also revenue initiatives that we can help identify, but also driving the automation with our technology, reducing the manpower and those associated costs that are typically required with eyes on glass manpower. Our market strategy, we are selling our phase 1 MVP, which is around intelligent video surveillance. We have a pilot project in the HOA ecosystem. At the same time, we are socializing our technology within the DoD as well as federal, state, and local government agencies, leveraging SBIR government grants as well as other innovation technology grants towards commercialization. Also want to call out that we have been approved by the McKinney, Texas, where we are, the Economic Development Center, for an innovation grant, and working through the paperwork to get that issued. But that will be some traction that will be beneficial towards our growth. Longer term strategy is once we start to reach economies of scale and our price point becomes more affordable to the consumer market, we will enter the B2C channel. So I did not develop cyber technology alone. And I'd like you to meet our team at this time. Meet James Nee and Richard Ingram. Both are very talented senior engineers in semiconductor design and embedded design. Each has 20 years experience between them. A lot of that time has been spent at ST Microelectronics. Now, if you're not familiar with ST Micro, they manufacture the semiconductors and the electronics that go into the set-top boxes for the cable TV industry. These professionals, they are very experienced in video streaming, networking, and cybersecurity at the hardware level. Also meet Pat Fiore from Fiore brand, specializes in experiential industries and rare technologies like cyber tech. She has extensive experience in human attitudes and behaviors, and has helped big name companies like DuPont and Panasonic increase their brand awareness. Trevor Anderson, who is a financial executive in the private equity sector, has helped us prepare our financial projections and our investor package for some of you folks that are here today. Also, we know Izzy helping entrepreneurs seeking capital procurement. Now, these two gentlemen and their team has helped us put together our projections It'll take us out about $17.5 million after year 5 post funding. Break even time will be around year 2. Revenue streams initially will become from purchases, subscriptions, and licensing. Later on, if once we get some solid KPIs and working capital that will be favorable towards leasing, we'll look at that channel. And also, if wholesaling is favorable towards EBITDA, we will also look at that for additional streams of revenue. Now, to make these numbers happen, we are raising $900,000 in the form of a convertible note for a seed round, 20% discount, 2-year maturity, 10% interest. Use of funds, about $350,000 for ongoing product development. We need to bring on additional engineers to help with the development for the next phases of our releases that are scheduled for later this year. Another $250,000 for sales and marketing. $150,000 for professional services that we do not need full-time staffing for. And lastly, another $150,000 for operational expenses, overhead, and working capital. One thing I want to point out also with the use of funds is a partnership that we've recently established with Divergence Academy, who is here in our area. Now, Divergence Academy provides technical training for active duty military personnel transitioning to civilian life to get them some education so that they can pursue a career in technology once they're discharged from the military. And they have provided these students to us for internship opportunities so they can get some real world head start experience in technology. So it's a really beneficial relationship being part of this partnership. And that's where part of the use of funds will go. And so we don't need all the heavyweight technology from myself, Richard, and James, but there's also some less complicated work that young technical professionals with that aptitude will be able to help us with. Now, our capital deployment schedule will take us out about 1.5 years post funding, at which time we will be poised to start raising a price round. And that concludes my presentation at this time. And I'll open it up to any questions, and also follow up with me afterwards. I'll be happy to set up a demo.
Great job. Give Doug a round of applause. Excellent job, Doug. And what I want to ask is one thing that I didn't hear you mention, which I know is on your radar, is the kind of partnerships that you can have for feet on the street for sales. In other words, the capital that you're raising, you're not going to need someone that's your head of business development or anything. I mean, you've got a lot of traction already with interested parties, but then there are partnerships that can happen. Can you just speak to, I know you had a slide on there with all those potential use case scenarios and target markets, but penetrating that, can you speak to that with investors so they understand how you would leverage partnerships to be able to get into the doors of those opportunities?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have several relationships and a few strategic partnerships. One with like real estate developers for commercial and residential properties, being able to work with them so that we can pre-wire new construction with smart technology. Although also with other companies, talked to a few companies here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area that do like fiber optic and copper wire installation, laying down the infrastructure for the communication between smart devices that we would offer. So when we get into like the smart building and smart city realm, you know, that's a large project, and there will be multiple players with different skills and talents that will be needed. So it won't be a one-stop shop. And that's where having these types of relationships come into play and becomes very valuable. So, you know, we're stronger as many than as one.
And then what does that look like, Doug, where you get in the door with maybe a real estate developer? Are they going to want a piece of the pie, as they say, and get a haircut on the amount of money that you'd be getting?
Oh yeah, we were very flexible on what those terms might look like without having to give up equity. So we do entertain some form of revenue share agreement or referral agreement, whatever that may look like. So the terms around that, depending on the deal, and we're flexible on what we will be able to entertain.
And how big can that go? Because I think what really piques investors' interest, and this is one of the whole reasons why when you were presenting down in Houston, I'm sure you've moved to the semifinals because of your scalability. Can you talk about that you can have multiple projects going on at one time at large scale and working with developers?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So as an example, we recently bid on a project for a company that needs new video surveillance equipment at 10 different facilities that are geographically located at the same time. And the project that we bid on was from one of the companies that does the fiber optic and copper wire cabling for these types of projects. And they're also working with a real estate developer that's starting a new residential community build. So they haven't even brought the bulldozers out yet. And we're talking with them about potentially with the cabling company laying the groundwork for that infrastructure, and CyberTech coming in at the same time, putting in smart home technology for that consumer market, where the home owners that purchase those properties won't necessarily notice the cost of the system because it gets rolled into a mortgage.
Yeah, that is something that is such a big deal now, how you can plan that in and then roll that into so it makes it an easy yes for someone like you who has amazing technology that they would perceive as expensive, and yet they can roll it into that over a long period of time. Great job, Doug Slattery. Amazing company, CyberTech. Give him a round of applause. Great, absolutely great job. Your deck is so clean. I love it.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Well, that is a wrap for us here with START, which I'll just give you my closing thoughts here so you guys know who we are, what we do, and what we're not. START is the acronym for Seed Capital to Acquisition Roadmap Training. This is a cohort of our client companies that are not only learning how to raise capital, but learn that whole roadmap of keeping things healthy so that when you as an investor potentially invest in a company, there aren't these toxic arrangements, because we're constantly guiding and leading and directing. Our clients don't look to us for permission, but they look to us for perspective. And I can tell you that if you don't understand the capital markets and the way of what can happen here with companies that have great technologies, like Doug was just articulating, but maybe get railroaded by unfavorable terms, because not everybody's bad on Wall Street, but there's a lot of bad neighborhoods. And we always like to say that we're pit bulls on a leash. Sometimes we smell things and hear things and growl about things before you might even recognize them, just like your pit bull on a leash would. So all of you, I applaud. It's always such a pleasure and honor to be here representing you, because we're in the thick of it on a daily basis, right? On our coaching calls, and you guys talking to investors and learning what's out there and available, and the resources that are right around the corner from you. And what I love about this group is that you're constantly learning. You're constantly learning from one another. There are many of you that are collaborating with one another. And that's why I love to serve this group. And it just speaks to the power of the unity that we have here. There's a verse in the Bible that says, where there's unity, God commands the blessing. And I really believe this cohort is blessed. I really believe there's amazing intellect and integrity here that comes with these opportunities, with these bright people that just want to do well by their companies and do well by their investors. So you don't find that everywhere. And I just wanted to make sure that you guys heard from me how much I appreciate that. One other person that I do want to lift up and thank, it's Dan Matthews. Man, if you guys have spent any time with Dan, what a remarkable individual. I love his passion for small business. His brain is just incredible, what he's able to do with financial models and thinking about what if scenarios. And many of you have been touched by Dan by building out the financial model. So if you've been impacted by him, have you worked with him, can you show him some love in the chat right now? Give a round of applause to him. Just tell him how much you're grateful for him, because I'll tell you what, most of you wouldn't be able to articulate what you guys do unless Dan can spell it out in the numbers. And many of you, he's challenged and said the numbers don't pencil. This doesn't make sense, because he understands how an investor thinks. And I'm so thankful for Dan being a part of our team, and he's in the background there leading and directing things. And it's just such a remarkable honor to be working with Dan. So what are our plans here for the future? Well, we'll be here again next month, and that'll be just before what is it? It's on May 28th is when we'll be meeting again. That's, I'm sorry, 27th. Friday, May 27th, we'll be meeting here again. We do this every single month, and we allow investors to come in and take a look and then ask directly from you guys how they could be a part of that and move forward. And I'm excited about the future, because you guys are the heartbeat of America, literally. I'm not saying that in a cliche way. It's, as I mentioned when I first kicked off the conference today, is that small business, free enterprise, that's what this country is all about. And you guys are the epitome of that. And it's such a pleasure and honor to be a part of this, because I'm so looking forward to seeing your companies grow. And it's like watching, these companies that are babies become, valedictorians and move on to do incredible things. So my hat's off to each and every one of you. From the simplicity of what would look like a greenhouse on your countertop to the complexity of the technology that's behind fintech on what Catalyst Capital is doing, to the technology that Doug just articulated with Cybertech. You guys are amazing, and I want you to know that. No matter what any other investor might tell you out there, you got to kiss a lot of frogs, as I say. But what I will tell you is, I've been in this business since the 90s, and I wouldn't have you be a part of our cohort unless you had something remarkable to offer investors. So while there's a lot of no's out there constantly, you know that there's a lot of victories behind that as well. You just keep trudging forward and capitalizing your companies and doing great things, and always, above all else, holding that integrity high, providing value for investors, because they're looking for people like you that can drive their money forward and also drive this economy and this incredible free enterprise system that we have. So thanks to all of you, especially Doug, thanks to you being a veteran. Any other veterans on here before I sign off? I'm so impressed with veterans, always willing to put the ultimate, thanks for that, Terry. People that have served this incredible country, putting the potential ultimate sacrifice on the line, and each and every one of you that have raised your hand or acknowledged the fact that you're a veteran. We're a household that acknowledges veterans, and we so appreciate everything that you've done to serve this country. I appreciate all that you're doing with your companies. We'll sign off here for now until the next one. This recording will be available soon, and have an amazing weekend, everybody. And we look forward to seeing you on the next one. Great job, everyone. We'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye now. You can unmute and say goodbye to one another, and that's all fine. Take care, everybody. Thank you, Dan. Thanks,
Good
Tom.
day, everybody.
Thank you, Doug. Thanks, Terry. Good job, everybody. Take care, Doug. We'll see you, Duncan. Bye-bye now, Terry. Have a great weekend, everybody.